What up, funk? What up, what up, what up? What's going on with y'all, honey? Y'all, let me speak to people that's in here. What up, Mo? What up, Smarter? You so crazy. Hey, Purple. Hey, Regina. Mo, I got a question for you. Would you answer now or later? I have a question. Now, you being the sympathizer, empathizer, whatever it is, mental health professional, right? We know that Lori Daybell is nuts. Okay. Do you think that she should, her upbringing and all of that should be in consideration as you guys were with the YSL people? Eh? Just want to know. Do you believe that they should be, damn, I have to log out of this. They should be, she should receive some type of, you know, consideration due to how, due to her, background or whatever it is. Heh. Why this thing won't let me log in like that? Baby, just let me log in. That's it. No. I just want to know. Off the record tonight, because this Joker does not deserve to be on my record, but he keeps associating my name with whatever he got going on. It's child support, all this. Now, somebody hit me up and said that this Joker had your name or, hold on, or your likeness or your reference or your whatever in his mouth. Well, I don't know why. That's why I want to know. Do you really want to continue to keep linking me to your bullshit? Because I see right through it, right? I see right through it. Oh, let me show them my damn TV. I got my number show on my damn TV. I just guessed at it. You have people that will go to the extent of the earth to prove lies. And I'm gonna tell you how you know you're crazy. Lies would never be proven as the truth. I don't care how you flip it, rub it down. shake it up, put salt on it, pepper, pineapple. Lies will never be the truth. They will never be the truth. Hold on. And just because sometimes y'all see stuff in black and white, right? You have people who loves to manipulate evidence, right? Meaning they'll say, yeah, this evidence proves this when it really doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. You have those type of people. With those type of people, right? You have to really, if that's if you want to, right? And if you anything like me, you just want to be disassociated from the bullshit. Because again, it's a drag on your motherfucking status, right? Now I told you, status is something, people protected by any means necessary. Okay? But you keep going back and forth with these people, you keep forming any type of bond, any type of attachment, relationship with these people. Next thing you know, you are defined by those people. You don't want that. You just want to be left the fuck alone. Like, I'm never going to be associated with nobody that wear clothes that had their ass out. Although well, used to. I'm okay with being naked, right? Because it's a form of freedom. However, you'll never catch me in no whole clothes now. Because that's not what I do. Okay? You can look, but you can't touch. So, even if I use that as a sexual expression, that's still not hoeing. I don't use that as a sexual expression. Some people do, but I don't. That's still not hoeing, right? Hoeing is just that. Hoeing, okay? It's different degrees of hoeing, different ways of hoeing. Hoeing is hoeing. And hoeing is usually done by hoes, okay? Now, I don't know why I went down this. I don't know why I went down that street, but what I was trying to say is you have people that love to try to manipulate evidence, put something for you in front of you. They know that the people, the audience that they're speaking to will accept it. And then if they say, a person, a liar, manipulator, say that something is fact, then the audience somehow would think that it's facts, especially if they like a person and support them. Because some people have been proven to be a liar every time they've opened their mouth. More than 3 times in an hour. It's just shit like that. And it's like they still, fall either knowingly or blindly. Either one, right? Whatever. It's like they're being led by a puppet master, right? I don't want to play none of them games. I don't have time for all of that. I don't have time for, And I told you, and listen, when I tell you this person is going to do what they're going to do, I'm telling you, I'm usually right. Okay, that's how a lot of times I can just sprint down to where you're going and beat you there. Okay, and beat your ass up when you get there. So I told you after my last live, whatever, that the bozo would take about a couple of days and then come up with something else to discredit me or attach me to some discreditation or some shit like that. Some old weird shit. These motherfuckers, baby, when I tell you, and I'm up, disclaimer number 2. So if you ain't one of the worst motherfuckers in America, then I'm not talking to you. When I tell you, these motherfuckers are some of the worst motherfuckers in America and they supported Trump. Should tell you something. Now, just because you supported Trump doesn't mean that you're one of the worst motherfuckers in America. But if you supported Trump and you in this sector, you're probably one of the worst motherfuckers in America. And I don't hear no flipping back. I don't hear none of that. Okay? We all know who supported Trump, who spoke highly of Trump, who, was riding for Trump. I don't hear none of that. Y'all what you motherfucking are. Is. You is what you is. What however the fuck shit go. So, this dude, I'm gonna play it. Let me get the paperwork up first. Hey Serena, let me get the paperwork up first because it's like I have no idea why he's trying to use me to validate something or to make his point, whatever. Knowing, hey, dude, give it up. Just leave me out of it. Leave me out your motherfucking equation. Do you really want me on your motherfucking case? Do you? Because it's bad enough. The motherfucking people, me and the prosecutor and the defense team, they're going to team up on your motherfucking ass. When they start shooting emotions back and forth, that means digging into the shit you said, the shit you done admitted. I don't think you want to motherfucking go there. I told you, this motherfucker's going to take a couple days, come back dancing like a motherfucking fucking goddamn happy feet motherfucking gorilla bear. Because he think he got something now to discredit somebody, to attach to somebody, to whatever. And always keep asking that dumb ass question, where's the lie? Who told the lie? They always say I lie. Why you think people always say you motherfucking lie? Because that's what the fuck you do. Lie. Let me tell you. So, about a couple of days ago, and I didn't know this, but he had like a formal invite to that live, maybe a couple lives ago, telling me to come to his channel. Let me tell you what he was going to try to do. Once I got over there, he's going to come with that passive aggressive, I'm treating you nice, I'm the good guy type shit, right? Then he's going to ask a question that the answer is going to be true. I'm going to agree with that motherfucking answer. Then he's going to slide some other shit in. And then once we juggle back and forth over that or whatever, he's going to be like, see, I wasn't telling no lies. Because he think sliding in one truth for every 10 lies is the funnel to pull the wolves over you motherfuckers' eyes. But I'm way ahead of that game. Nigga, you are so far. Let me tell you, that shit you pull, child, that shit work on them slow motherfuckers. Not this one. Let me tell you about your ass. Because you going to leave me the fuck out your bullshit. Okay. That and this is what I need. And I don't have time for this. Okay. So This ain't the type of shit I like to do. Okay, let me just be honest. But this motherfucker keep calling me to the motherfucking carpet. Me out your bullshit. I have no desire to be running around chasing your motherfucking lies. That's an all day motherfucking job. It's exhausting. I don't have time for it. Call somebody motherfucking else. Then he'll get later on. He'll get his motherfucking goddamn puppets to go live or do something and to start talking about, man, fuck all y'all. How about that? Start your live off with me saying that. Before you say anything, I'm saying fuck all y'all. How about that? Got to deal with some stupid ass. I don't know you motherfuckers. Put that on the record. Now, okay, got all of that up. Got to pull all these fucking files and records and figure out which goes where and who goes how and all this extra shit. Now, let's play these lies that he continued to try to add me to.
The baddest man in the land with the A's.
Hold on.
Dominic West. Listen, y'all, I don't know what's going on, but Instagram tripping. They blocked my live today. But guess what? I don't give a fuck. Fuck Instagram. I'm calling it like that. Listen. I'm putting Meta on notice. Y'all better block all of my accounts. Because soon I will be leaving Instagram and be going back to locals. Let's bring locals back, baby.
Bye.
I'm tired of playing. So. I have a goal, y'all. Y'all go ahead and hit that. Y'all go ahead and hit the super chat for me. I need 10 super chats. I don't care if it's $1.99, $2.99, $5.99, $10.99, $20.99, $30.99, $50.
Now he get that off of Sibby because I heard Sibby say that a couple lives ago. Like, what the fuck?
$99, $99.99, $100.99. Whatever y'all want to send, y'all go and hit that throughout the live. Okay. Like I say, I just need 10 people to donate something, or if more people want to donate, then donate. So, but I heard a raccoon. I'm starting there. I heard the raccoon jump on live, and people been calling me, and y'all know I got a job. So people been calling me talking about, hey, Kiva, people been calling me talking about, Dana, your case is over with. Oh my God, your case is over with. And I said, what are you talking about? Your case with the raccoon is over with. And she said, the judge said you was a liar. And I said, you believe that? And they was like, we don't know what to believe. So,
thank God
I'm not going to play games with y'all, right? Let's read it in part. Remember, this is not the criminal case paperwork. This is the Fulton County casework, right? So now, I love stuff like this. You know what I mean? Because, hold on. Because now I get to put judges on notice. And when people sit back and, oh my God, I can't believe this is going to, I sit back and be like, okay, I believe it. And I'm going to tell you why I believe it. Because when people oversee things and they miss certain key points, it gives a leeway. You know what I mean? But it gives a leeway. So while people on there.
So let me give y'all a little open up when it comes to behavior, manipulation, brainwashing, shit like that, right? When someone has to set it all up like that and do all of this and that, unless it's for theatrical purposes. Okay, we got to say all of this, all that. You got paperwork, you got facts, you got recordings, you got whatever. Play that shit, show that shit, and there's no narration needed. The only time there's no some narration may be needed, let me say this, because I don't speak in absolute, is if something may seem confusing. So if you're dealing with a bunch of liars, you may have to narrate a little bit, right? But your narration should match what's on the motherfucking screen. And it should not leave a person with more questions. Okay? I don't know why he keep attaching me to his bullshit. I'm the wrong one. I would break it all the way down.
Channels. They're backup channels. Talking stone cold cash stuff and lying. Oof. Oof. Oof.
That's annoying.
I just gotta sit back and say, are you sure this is what's going on? Are you sure this is what's going on? And the reason why I say that is because folks talk mad cow stuff, right? Hold on. People talk mad cow stuff, right? And when you see people talking mad cow stuff, you let them talk. I'm trying to pull some paperwork up for y'all, because we're going to have a paperwork party today.
Yes, we're
going to have a paperwork party today.
And
some people just have to see some things.
All the celebration.
When you see some things, just know that things don't go how people plan. Okay? Let's see. Okay, here we go. We got it. Okay. So let me do this. Let me share this real quick. Thank you, Judah, for the 2-piece. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you so much. So now we're going to jump paperwork party. Let's go. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to brighten it up for y'all. So it says, in the Superior Court of Fulton County, state of Georgia, Dantes Jackson, petitioner versus Ronald Tumasimi and Sylvia Tumasimi respondents. That's what Caleb Bumpers was talking about. Oh, but my client name was on there. This is also the time where Sylvia avoided being served, but that's cool. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. See, the thing is, if you don't got them to hide, why avoid? But it's a order dismissing petition to Superior Court. The above style case is a petition for review from Magistrate Court of Fulton County, Georgia, filed September 1st, 2022, under the Superior and State Court Appellate Practice Act, OCGA 5-3-1, at sequence pursuant to OCGA 5-3-7G. Petitioner Dantes Jackson, petitioner, was required to serve a copy of the petition for review on all parties within 5 days after filing the petition for review in the reviewing court. I did that. Hold on. I did that. It is. I did that. And I got granted permission for writ of certiorari. And then
writ of certiorari. Say it right, but I'm a fake ass lawyer. Well, if you can't say it, just say writ of cert.
You know, they put the petition in. You know what I'm saying? But they put the petition in. And because I am not black, I am not African American, I am indigenous, I filed my indigency papers. Right?
Stop right there. Hold on, let me see if I pull that up. It's the lies for me. It is the lies. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. That. Anyway, I know what I can do. It's crazy. You got to do all this bullshit. This is bullshit. Waste of motherfucking time. Just get the fuck on. Why you want to explain how the hell with that motherfucking call shit between, you said between Block and I? Explain that. How you talking about I'm running VIN numbers? I'm in people chat talking about I'm running VIN numbers. And clearly says Janet Moran on there. YTF. YTF ain't never been nowhere near my goddamn name. Stupid. Sick of this motherfucker. I had to show y'all something. This lie so much. Trying to tell people indigenous within the court system means that they don't call himself black or white, so he filed his paper. What? I'm gonna show you what it means, bitch. Most of you guys got more sense than that over here. Where did I see that paper? Show you exactly what the fuck it means. This one. Hold on. Very important. I'll show y'all this. This is a liar. Harassing people via goddamn court. Okay, here we go. What up, Devo? Okay, being indigent when it comes to the court has nothing to do with what you consider yourself. Has nothing to do with that. It means that you cannot afford to pay the filing fee. They don't ask you what do you classify yourself as, but yet you just heard this liar say, because y'all heard him.
Everybody know what that is, but if you don't, then go read it up. Then it says order grand pompous, okay? Noted lashes get. This is the Fulton County. And I said, you believe that? And they was like, so now we're going to jump paperwork party. Let's go. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And I'm going to brighten it up for y'all. So it says,
Right
in the Superior Court of Fulton County, state of Georgia, Dantes Jackson, petitioner versus Ronald Tumasimi and Sylvia Tumasimi respondents. That's what Caleb Bumpers was talking about. Oh, but my client name was on there. This is also the time where Sylvia avoided being served, but that's cool. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. See, the thing is, if you don't got them to hide, why avoid? But it's a order dismissing petition to Superior Court. The above style case is a petition for review from Magistrate Court of Fulton County, Georgia, filed September 1st, 2022, under the Superior and State Court Appellate Practice Act, OCGA 5-3-1, at sequence pursuant to OCGA 5-3-7G. Petitioner Dantes Jackson, petitioner, was required to serve a copy of the petition for review on all parties within 5 days after filing the petition for review in the reviewing court. I did that. Hold on. I did that. There it is. I did that. And I got granted permission for writ of certiorari. And then, they put the petition in. You know what I'm saying? But they put the petition in. And because I am not black, I am not African American, I am indigenous, I filed my indigency corpus.
Will somebody help me get me off the ground? All this trickery is just motherfucking ridiculous. That does not mean that you don't, because you don't go by black or whatever you want to call yourself, or part of America, or what all this other bullshit you tap the courts with. That has nothing to do with that. Informal paupers. That has nothing to do with that. That means you can't pay. You're some dumb shit. Let's continue. So you see what it means, right? This is right off the case he's talking about. The fuck? Leave me out your shit, nigga. You gonna learn, stop calling my motherfucking name, talking about what paperwork I don't show and all this extra bullshit. Like somebody is keeping up with your motherfucking bullshit, gonna try to invalidate me or fuck with my credibility. And it's so crazy. I heard Pam Esquire say, when you start she was talking about that dude, that crazy ass dude that keeps tying up Diddy in court. When it comes to your license, your credentials, your credibility, your character, all that type of bullshit, when you hold them and you use them for work or whatever, or you just your name, period. How it moves in the street. The last thing you motherfucking need or want is a motherfucking line you all up and shit. And these motherfuckers will go as far as calling the Better Business Bureau on your mother, all that kind of shit. They do it all, baby. That's what I'm saying. The lowest of the motherfucking low. This is we're under disclaimer number 2. So if it don't apply to you, then don't apply it to you. I ain't talking about you if you ain't doing these kind of things. If you're doing all this bullshit, I'm talking exactly to you. Let's continue with the motherfucking lie. I swear, I'm telling you, his button inside StreamYard or whatever streaming service he used says go live. Not go live, go live. And that's exactly what the fuck he does. Lie, 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 lie.
Right? Everybody know what that is, but if you don't, then go read it up.
Because you know
then it
they
says
don't.
order grand pompous, okay? Notice of publication to Ronald Tumasimi. Notice of publication to Sylvia Parks Tumasimi. Let's stop right there. Let's go back to the picture.
No. He didn't listen. Let me tell you what he did, right? Let me tell you what he just did. He did a notice. Hold on. I'm show you. He did several motherfucking notices to Ronald first, then Sylvia and Ronald. Hold on, I'll show you. Which none of this really matters at this point. It really doesn't. Because I'll tell you why. None of this really matters at this point. Proof of publication, demand, notice of publication done, publisher's affidavit, order to perfect service, response to Judge Glanville, order to recuse. I think the judge did recuse himself. Hold on, let me see what this is. Initiated a writ of certiorari against Ronald and Sylvia Tumasini Parks in this very court. So that means this court should have jurisdiction over this matter, and in this very same court, but in magistrate court, Ronald and Sylvia was given a default judgment because my phone had died during the court procedure. Also, on that very same day, I have put in an order to serve Ronald and Sylvia Tumasini by publication since Sylvia denied the postal process and Sylvia seen the publication due to me showing it online, and the court emails her when anything is filed on the case. That's a option that I chose, and I can prove in court on September 8th, 2022. I have provided a proof of publication from the Daily Mail right there in Fulton County Court. On October 26, 2022, I have put in for a demand to vacate the default judgment since Ronald and Sylvia never responded to the servant by publication. That included a demand to vacate defendant judgment, notice of publication, notice of publisher's affidavit. That's where the case was sent over to Judge Earl Glanville, and during that time, myself and Sylvia Simmons was taking part in a high-profile YSL case. So on February 21st, 2023, I have put in another demand to vacate default judgment, and once again, it sat on Judge Glanville's calendar unanswered until January 26, 2024. And that's where he asked for clarification on the way I had served them by way of order, titled Order to Perfect Service. I then responded to Judge Glanville's order on February 1st, 2024, detailing how I went about serving the Tumasina and why. Okay, so you have to pay to get the rest of it. Hold on, because I may can figure it out without even paying for it. Hold on. Okay, so we got an order dismissing, right? Is that the same order that done popped up today? Yeah, that's the same order that done popped up today, so I already have that. So I really don't know what the hell is going on, right? Hold on, what is this? Hold on. Status conference. That's a notice of hearing. Then we got the status conference. Dismissal notice of hearing. Demand. What is this demand? Okay, I just read that. So, what is this? This is some stupid shit. Shit you got to pay for. I ain't doing that no more. Order of recusal response. What have you, right? What is this order? I don't know if y'all can see it. Can y'all see it? Y'all can't see this. Hold on. Order to perfect service. The petitioner commenced the above caption. Okay. Says order to perfect. And here's the thing, right? Only thing I need y'all to always pay attention to is the order. All right. If you're a layperson and you really don't know or can understand the back and forth, because remember, motions is something that you want the judge to do. Pleadings is what you want either side to do. Okay. The order is what's final until it's reversed on some kind of by either appeal, review, or something like that, right? So, oh Lord, this nigga here. I can't see what I want to say. But so, but if you don't know how to break it down and understand that, understand this. When motions are written, they're written in an effort to be persuasive. Doesn't mean it always contains facts. It's helpful if exhibits comes along with it, because that way a judge can make a decision based on the brief, based on what's on the record. Okay, they go through and see if the service. Hold on, y'all, my nose. I'm sorry. Y'all hold on, my nose get. Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay. Because this is what happened when you keep calling me onto your case. I'm not them. And don't tell me, oh, she'll show this paperwork. Oh, she's a hypocrite. Whatever you call me, as if I don't call whomever out whenever. First of all, I don't be tracking motherfuckers like that. And I'm not nobody's motherfucking mama or voice of nothing or whatever. Okay. It was one time when you was over there nigga saying some shit about Sylvia. And I was in your chat and Sylvia was hollering at me, telling me I'm not calling you out. And I'm not saying that you was wrong for whatever the fuck it is you were saying about her. This was some years ago. The fuck? Okay. So you can't say that I'm not fair when I catch it, whatever. And if I don't know, I don't know. So I ain't gonna say shit. And if it ain't my business, sometimes I won't say shit. But don't keep calling me motherfucking out because this is what's going to happen. Hold on. I know what I meant to see. I know exactly what I need to see. Okay. So, all right. So it says order to perfect service. Petitioner commenced the above caption case on September 1st, 2022. Examination of the record reveals that petitioner has failed to perfect service of process upon the respondents in accordance with the statutory requirements of OCGA Section 531 at C. Okay. Therefore, a petitioner is ordered to either one, perfect service of process upon respondents, or two, show cause why the court should not dismiss this matter. Failure to promptly comply with OCGA Section 911.4, failure to comply by February 26, 2024, will deem as an election to have this matter dismissed with prejudice. Dismissed with prejudice now. Oh, I'm sorry, without prejudice. I'm sorry, it says without prejudice. I will correct myself. Okay. Shit ain't got nothing to do with me. You calling my motherfucking name. The fuck? I don't know nothing about this. But I'm not a lay person. No, so you got me fucked up. Don't call my motherfucking name. I know. Oh, God. Oh, You campaigning to be last on the motherfucking list to drag, but no, somebody already got that motherfucking seat and buckled in and nice and tight and sitting right, upright, waiting. Okay, but you campaign to be number one. Damn. Okay, let me find the card thing again. I'm being nice. I'm not putting all this extra bullshit up there on the screen, right? Because a person's business is their business. But stop adding me to bullshit. Okay, what is that? Letter, advocacy, motion, consideration. Okay, you got to pay for that. Okay, what is this? Okay, now that was, hold on, let me look at these case numbers real quick. Because he got two different, hold on. Okay, he got two different case numbers fucking with these people. Fucking, about this car. Okay, on this other case number, and I don't know which one is the more recent or whatever, but liar, don't try to motherfucking use that, because whichever one it is, both of them saying the same thing, is that you're not perfecting service. That's what they're saying. So on this case number here, it says the same thing: order regarding service upon review of the docket in the above reference case. And I told you guys a few minutes ago, a judge is going to look back on everything on the record, everything on the docket, to verify before they make an order. That's why I say, if you are a lay person, just skip to the order. Just skip to the order. Because when we put in those briefs, it's only usually allegations. Most of the time it be true, and it can be supported, but a lot of times it's based on our theory and it's meant to persuade. Okay, it is on that Aristotle shit. Okay, logos, pathos, and ethos, that shit. Kairos sometimes. Okay, so as you see, different judge, same conclusion. Like, what the fuck you keep calling me for? You doing a bad thing. You calling my name to the motherfucking carpet to try to prove anything about me. Okay. On that same case I just told you, I think he's referencing. He has so many cases against these people, just harassment. He did another affidavit of indigency. right? The one where he tried to say that it had something to do with him being called a natural man, this and that. And notice he kikis and chuckles and shit after he says this motherfucking bullshit. Because in his mind, okay, in his mind, he thinks he's pulling one over on y'all. He think he got the answer now. See, I make these motherfuckers, they have to take a couple days and come back with me. Even when I drag them. Like, so stop playing. Get somebody in your motherfucking league, right? He speaks from both his conscious and his subconscious, right? When he speaks from his conscious, that's a line more of like his core beliefs, right? But with his subconscious mind is what he, um, how can I say that? His feelings. Okay, so sometimes your feelings and your core beliefs aren't the same. In other words, this motherfucker is crazy. That is what I'm trying to tell you. He needs to stop calling on my motherfucking name. Hold on, let me see what else. Sick of you. Hold on. Yeah, but when you do that little all this extra shit, think he got you. You ain't got me. Leave a word you motherfucking say. But I'd be interested in paying us to read this demand of lawsuit. Earn them $1.50. But I can always skip to the damn order. Hold on. Let's see. Fucking harassment. And he has a history of using the court system to avoid paying. To avoid fucking paying. And we're going to find out that this car shit got something to do with that motherfucking criminal case shit, because he just refused to motherfucking go the fuck away. Like, what kind of shit is that? I mean, there's some real, I'm trying to tell you, the shit that happens over here is some real lifetime movie shit. I was trying to log into my real account, my Instagram, so you can see this lady asking me, am I still writing and stuff like that, right? Because she is another person that is going to, I guess, publish my book if I ever write one. Like, god damn. But I want to tell it all. I wouldn't feel good putting a half-ass book out, knowing there's more to the story. So let me see. He has 1, 2, 3. Hold on, y'all. You got to be kidding. This is fucking pure harassment. Hold on. Let me see what this one says. Okay, that's the indigency shit. Motion. Oh, what is this? Oh, let me see what this says. And with a lot of this, I mean, he got several pages of bullshit. It was one came up, said you got to pay $55. A hell you preach shit. Okay, that's 22. Hold on. This is insane. Yeah, I don't think you want to keep calling me on your motherfucking shit. Leave me alone. I'm the fake lawyer, but I'm waiting for a motherfucker to come back and say, well, Andrew, you was wrong about this on the case, or you was wrong about that. I'm still waiting. I'm sure at some point I had to be, but I'm still fucking waiting. Yes, ma'am. Hey, Queenie. Yes, ma'am. Hey, Rachel. And that's what, in our briefs, that's what we were taught. I'd be about to call the people name, the teacher's name, the school. I, I got a code name for everybody. I'd be sometime about to slip up and call the people name out. The fuck? And Kairos appealing to opportunity. Well, it's not appealing to opportunity, but picking the correct opportunity um, to do such things. Yeah. Remember I told y'all that philosophy, psychology, and law all intersects at several different times. Several different times. It could be, several different times in a case. It could be several different times in a statute. It can be whenever. But it often intersects, especially when it comes to judges' opinions, right? Because you might get a majority opinion, concurrent opinion, dissenting opinion, where the judges weigh in. When you see that, you see a lot of it it's according to the law. It's aligned with their core principles when it comes to philosophy and their understanding of the law when it comes to psychology, right? Understanding, um, just to say, for instance, right? Yeah, understanding mitigating factors opposed to aggravating factors, right? Mitigating factors is when you submit information which says, hey, my client shouldn't be found guilty, or although he was found guilty, here are the reasons why. This is the reason. And based on that, I'm asking for his time to be reduced, run concurrent, what have you, right? Shit. Okay, so now he keeps putting in these writ of certiorari or writ of cert. And again, I don't want to put the shit up here. And don't drag me into me, why should you pulling this? Why should you showing this? First of all, uh, anybody, this is shit that's in public portals, right? Majority of the time. When I have to use my actual credentials to get shit, I have to get on the phone, or unless it's something I have access to. So other than that, this is shit that you guys can pull. Hold on, that's okay. Let me see what this one says. But it's super annoying when you're dealing with people like this, right? They put you in snitching positions. I don't like that. When on my way out, I gotta do a whole bunch of snitching. I don't like that. Okay, that's the dismissal. on that. Hold on. Let me see what this third one about this goddamn car. When I tell you, you would think they are arguing over a 2025 goddamn. I'm gonna take it back. Cutlass Supreme. I mean, just harassing people. And she is owed the money if they had some kind of agreement, whether written or implied. And you can apply it just by making payments to somebody. He got every excuse in the world. By pension, what is this? Wait a minute. Motion to set aside. Okay, hold on. Let me see what this is. Return mail. Okay, order denied. Let me see what this is. I hope we don't have to pay. I don't have to pay for it. Hold on. We have to. Oh damn! Can't even see the dot. Ain't nothing there. You can't even see it. Anyway, let me get back to the lies. Y'all see the point. What I'm trying to display is just go with the order. We're gonna get to the order. After he gets through lining it all up, then I'm going to reread it. It's not that much, but I'm going to reread it and tell you exactly what it says after he gets finished lining it all up. Appreciate y'all patience. But leave me out your shit, sir.
Paperwork. I told y'all we gonna have a paperwork party. Follow me. Petitioner in this case filed a proof of service as part of his petition, indicating that he served respondents by United States first class mail or by third party commercial carrier, and neglected to provide the address to which the petition was sent, which I did. Furthermore, petitioner failed to sign his proof of service. I didn't have to because it was two of them in there. Okay. In spite of the fact that there is a...
That's some kind of lie, but let's keep going.
Signature line labeled signature directly under the statement. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. This is not valid service under OCGA 5310. Also, on September the 1st, 2022, petitioner filed a notice of publication without first filing a motion for service by publication. Stop. I'm glad she said that. Because right here, hold on, I'm going to go there. I'm glad she said that. Because both of notices of publications are there, right? However, it was in my petition writ for Sateria at the back of it. So if it was at the back of it, I'm quite sure she didn't go through all the paperwork because I submitted a lot in this case. So it was in the back of that. That's why it was granted to me. And yeah. So Fulton County, and we got some things to talk about. Because it was at the back of my petition to Sateria. It was a whole different page by itself. That's how I was able to get the publication done. And then you see right here, proof of publication. It's all there. But she say, what did she say? He filed a notice. Wait. Okay, without first filing a motion for service of publication. I did that, but she overlooked it. And without being granted an order for service by publication, I was granted that too.
again, they check the records for this, as well as it's nothing about her overlooking anything, because she doesn't make the determination whether or not it is it was done correctly, if the service it was, if they perfect service, if it was done by public, none of that, right? She's just mentioning in her motion. Once they get her motion, whenever they got the motion, they go back and check for those things. Those things they have to check. Okay? Those things they have to check. Let's continue with the lies.
He filed a notice of filing on September the 8th, 2022, and on October the 26th, 2022. A publisher's affidavit was filed. Service by publication is not valid service under the Superior and State Court Appellate Practice Act. That's a lie. That
apparently the judge disagreed with him and agreed with her. This is a licensed practicing attorney, a litigator.
It's a lie. Because if you can't serve by publication, and that's the last step, if you can't serve by publication, then that means that can't nobody serve at all. And people have been getting served by publication for a while. So, okay, I like that. Keep going. On January 26, 2024, plaintiff was directed in an order entered by the Honorable Chief Judge Glanville to perfect service by February 26, 2024, or to show cause as to why the case should not be dismissed. Petitioner responded by explaining that he had been unable to perfect service in the previous case, which had been dismissed, and provided documentation of attempts to serve respondents in a previous case. Hold on. I provided documentation now. Plaintiff then asked for 1, another fair trial, or 2, for this case to be dismissed with prejudice due to the two Massimis not answering service by publication. Facts. Petitioner failed to serve respondent as required by OCGA 537G, and when ordered to do so by the court more than a year ago, ceased attempts to serve respondents. And because I had already served them by publication, and asked for the case to be tried or dismissed with prejudice. Accordingly, this petition is dismissed. Let it so be ordered. Now watch this. It's dismissed. She ain't say with prejudice or without prejudice. So you know what that means, right? I got one question to ask everybody. Here's the paperwork. Right? Here's the paperwork. Here's the proof of publication right here. I put in the demand for default judgment.
So we're gonna go over exactly what he read, and I can break it down in detail. Again, this ain't my shit, but he keeps calling and trying to attach my name to it for some other reason. I don't know. And what I mean, not attaching my name to the actual claim, but attach my name to the situation to invalidate and me or anything I say, because he knows that that's going to fuck up what he's putting out. All he has to do is stop mentioning me, my likeness, any goddamn thing. What up, Debo?
So the man done took another loss in court.
Right.
Maybe he just can't. 1 minute, because when I see him combating someone that is a law scholar, someone that does this every day, someone that took time out of their schedule of real life events to respond to his frivolous claim.
Mm-hmm.
And for him to think that he knows more than them.
Right. That's insane.
If you knew more than them, you would live like them.
That's insane to me.
I hear this dude all the time talking about, I want to come up off of R. Kelly. But it is him that knows R. Kelly. I don't. It is him that's getting cars from R. Kelly supporters, eating their ass. One of them saying you pressured them into a sexual situation. That's not me. That's your story. And when you see this loss that you just took going to the Supreme Court, see, one minute you want to be a lawyer, the next minute you want to be a cop, the next minute you want to be a peace officer, the next minute you on YouTube, a gangster. You keep on changing the fact of what I told you. You showed that you was at a post office in Riverdale, Georgia. I don't care where you said you was at. You showed on your YouTube channel that you was at the post office headed in the diagonal direction. And on Google Maps, it showed that you was at the Riverdale Police Department while inviting someone to link up with you for violence. Don't try to change what you said to what happened. What happened is you showed that you was at the post office across the street, even though you was going into the police station. You said, hey, I'm on 185 and you see the post office right here. So don't say, oh, he tracked me off of some tracker from Sylvia. No, I tracked you from you showing where you was at on YouTube. And this loss that you took, why would you be getting cars or any of that? You know, first of all, if R. Kelly put you through college, something like your pops, you should be a man and not be taking anything. A Cash App, a Zelle, nothing. Not in the situation where a man is being accused of taking advantage of minors. You should be working on contingency. You should be working on pro bono. But we done seen you work off of your association and affiliation with R. Kelly to start a defense fund that he didn't receive a dime from, to get cars from his supporters, which you just lost in court over, to walk out of a bathroom, drop to your knees, and proceed to put your face in someone's buttocks on camera, to, you know, bringing someone over your Airbnb, and according to them, put them in a situation where they felt pressured to be in a situation with you. I hear you talk on me and, you know, the protests that I did or the events that I had, but you always leave out that you wasn't there. You always leave that out. So whenever you saying what happened at a place that you wasn't at, it's just your opinion. When you say that I drugged and raped a woman, where's the police report? Where's that woman saying that I drugged and raped her? When you say that I was with a minor, where's the proof outside of you saying, oh, you said this, so that's what I'm saying? Where's the proof of me being with a minor? Your response to R. Kelly relationship with Rashonda Landfield is I was with T Baby as a minor. Prove it. Prove it. Because I can prove DCFS had contact with Rashonda Landfair and her family over allegations of her being with R. Kelly. I have you saying out of your own mouth that they was in a relationship. You have court testimony of the store that was purchased for a family, as well as the vehicle that was given to her. You have digital footprints from text messages and things of this nature. And this is why when I see you and your sidekick, the one in the Waffle House, when I see y'all constantly on this internet uh, blaming everybody for the situation that R. Kelly is in, that's not a part of his case. If you take my picture and you putting it up there with Don Russell over and over again, what are you trying to insinuate? Because Don Russell did a interview with Tasha K, Lovely T, Choke No Joke, and multiple other Toxic Black Diamond, etc. Multiple other outlets. Why are you taking him doing the interview with me and trying to insert me in something that I already been investigated for by the federal government? The federal government has taken my devices, went through my clouds, went through my digital footprints. If there was anything that I done wrong, they would have charged me with it. So why do I need to continuously be put up next to managers, next to R. Kelly friends, R. Kelly associates, R. Kelly victims, R. Kelly accusers? Why do I need to constantly be put into anything picture-wise, photo-wise, name-wise with them when I'm a person that was arrested by the same people that arrested him and was cleared on all charges? I got a full dismissal. A full dismissal. You can say, oh, you got deferred prosecution, which in the end led to a full dismissal. When people on here complaining about things that have been done to them, that they did to others, that don't make you a victim. If you did it to someone else, what they did to you is mutual combat. They go for talking about kids, baby mothers, etc. If you participated in, if you participated at any time, any level, at any stage of the game, then you're not a victim. If you posted my job, my apartment, you post an address link to me, and I respond by doing the same thing to you, how are you a victim? You're not a victim. If you saying that I put your kid on a dildo and you put my kid in a herpes vagina, how are you a victim? You will now, hopefully people will see with the situation that you just lost exactly what you're going to do. You're going to hover around the Supreme Court, filling out fictitious paperwork. You have a history of doing this from DCFS to YouTube blogger Randa, and putting Doug Antoine in your lawsuit against Randa. Phone calls that when I hear people speak on interference in R. Kelly case with these attorneys that I never linked up with, never had a conversation with, that associate with him. I wonder, why do they always leave out that you recorded conversations with these attorneys on that case, that you brought to the internet that they wasn't aware of, that you put them in your YouTube beats that was mentioned inside of motions when it came to this man trying to get a bond, that your defense fund was even mentioned in this man getting a bond? Why is it that the lady that constantly put my picture up, your sidekick, your bottom hoe, why she never mentioned that the defense fund was mentioned when it came for R. Kelly trying to get a bond? Not only was the defense fund mentioned, but so was you. When Rashonda Landfield, a person, according to court evidence, that was in a relationship, inappropriate relationship with Robert Kelly, was set to possibly testify, which some people knew before others, why would you go on any platform and insinuate or crack a joke that you have a child by her, and people don't see that as witness intimidation if you know this man? I can never be witness intimidating anybody with my opinion, because my opinion gonna be the same whether they accuser or not an accuser. My opinion gonna be based off of what I feel and what I see, and I'm entitled to that. And I'm not contacting nobody trying to force my opinion on them. But when you step in front of a worldwide camera and say this man raised you in something like your father, how could you ever think that it's a joke to say you got a child by this same person that he has been accused of urinating on, and then you get on your platform and say that he didn't initially have a relationship with this minor, but he did after being charged with being with her as a minor. What sense does that make when you're on the internet making up lies that I was with a minor and I never was? Maybe that's the light you need to see me in, to feel like I'm your dad, because those are the type of guys that you respect. But I have never been with a minor. It's not on my record. Never been accused of it. Never happened. You don't know me. You never even had a conversation with T, even in New York. She stayed away from you like I should have. But the point of it, all, all of this stuff that you do on the internet and doing these police reports and do at these courthouses, shows you have to have some type of unstableness that's deeper than an angry moment I might have had on YouTube, or a flash that I might still have if I see some of you motherfuckers. This is ongoing and continuous. You want to be a cop, you want to be a judge, you want to be a lawyer, and you're not qualified for any of these things, yet you're willing to go into these courthouses, go into these police stations, and go around law enforcement and law officials and try to play the role uh, while trying to line up somebody that you got some YouTube beef with. I hear you and your bottom hoe constantly making reference to YouTube subscribers and YouTube bloggers is causing interference in R. Kelly case, when you, in my opinion, is the main person that caused interference. You set up a defense fund the man didn't ask you for. You uh, slept with a woman that then gave him oral sex. You uh, stayed in two of his fans' hotel room. Lady G and her friend didn't pay them anything. Came out of the bathroom on camera, went face first into the buttocks. You, a lot of people don't know, went down there to that storage in Atlanta, thinking that you was gonna get in there, but you never speak on that. But I know you had this big fallout with Don Russell, who you only met by going to a basketball game, but you always turn association into a friendship. You always point the finger at Sylvia when you came on the scene with Sylvia. You came on the scene with the sisters, who you also fell out with, who is on the visiting list and visiting the man. You even fell out with Levi, and that was your other bottom hole. You fell out with him. Uh, all of the things that you did on YouTube was a reflection of R. Kelly, because you're the one that know him. You're the one that got in front of national news cameras and said he's something like your pops. So when you're at a protest pressuring a woman into sex, according to her, coming to do something for R. Kelly and going into a woman's buttocks with your face, those things should reflect on you. When I'm putting my Dino in anybody, anywhere, it's my Dino. I'm my own man. I didn't get in front of a camera and say, R. Kelly raised me. He's something like my pops. You did. So don't compare yourself to me, because we two different people. You R. Kelly mentee. I'm Deboski. And you can't make my story R. Kelly's story. R. Kelly, according to you, raised a girl from grade school through high school, got accused of sleeping with her and pissing on her, and then had a relationship with her after that, according to what you said yourself out of your own mouth on this same live that she's playing. Don't try to clean it up by trying to say, oh, Deboski was with a minor. Bitch, I don't know you. You ain't, only thing you ever did was talk to me in passing at a courthouse. I ain't never seen you in the street, in the store, at an event, at a birthday party. You don't fucking know me. And for you to be putting a little Woody in your police report, you still ain't spoke on that. You still ain't spoke on that. You got Angie in your police report. You got Lil Woody. Who else going in your police report? Who else? And then the people that's around you, they root you on to all this swatting activity, false police reporting activity, but it's going to backfire. It's going to backfire. See, every time you contact law enforcement, you in their database. And you have been contacting law enforcement across multiple states. Multiple states. Don't try to tell me the reason why you are being an informant on Sylvia or a rat or whatever else you want to call it. It's because you feel justified because in my federal case, your face was in my paperwork. If I'm the defense and I present your face and my paperwork to the federal government and they offer me a deferred prosecution, who are you? Why didn't the federal government say, why you sending me this YouTube post from this guy? Who the fuck is this Dana? We here because of what you said to some federal prosecutors. Why when they saw your face, they whole tune change? Because in my opinion, you are a known informant. And when people, if they ever take the time to go and watch that movie, it's called Informant. That's the name of the movie. It's an old movie. It came out in like 2006 or something. People should go and watch that. It was about a guy who worked at a company that was doing embezzlement and stuff like that. And he told on all of them thinking he was going to become the boss, and come to find out he didn't even have a job no more. And even after he had lost his job and everything else, he could not stop contacting the federal agents that he was linked to all the way up until he died. Couldn't stop just coming up with something else he would have told. And some, this is an issue with you. I think you get off being around police officers, learning their language, learning their behavior, so you can apply it to yourself when you go around other people, like you was when you was working inside of those apartment buildings on YouTube Live, posing as a police officer. Your whole thing is a poser. Your job when you work for the apartment, you pose as a cop. You told people you was a cop. When you came to this sector, you pose as R. Kelly's son. He put you through college. When shit hit the fan, you pose as a victim. Always at the police station, always around the courthouse, filling out paperwork, dropping off paperwork. How many times have we seen you go live at a courthouse, saying what you dropping off, saying what you turning in? You on YouTube Live across the street from the post office in Riverdale, walking in the direction of the police station, and then get mad that I said you at the police station. And when I hear people that claim to be supporting R. Kelly make excuses for his relationship with Rashonda Landfair. Oh, it didn't happen. Oh, it wasn't this. Oh, it wasn't that. No, it was that. It was that. Her family allowed it to be that. Her mother and daddy allowed it to be that. It was that. Text messages and all other digital footprints will reflect that it was that. His own mentee on YouTube will tell you that it was that. So why do I see people trying to make excuses for this? Anybody that's making excuses for that is the same type of person that are making an excuse for a grown man sleeping with their daughter. I ain't making no excuses for nothing. It's still free R. Kelly with me. If the parents allowed it to be, then that's the situation, and that's what it was. Same thing with Aaliyah. People fail to realize Aaliyah is a Muslim name. Her family was Muslims. Muslims do push their young daughters on grown men, but I believe in that pre-marriage arrangement that R. Kelly jumped the gun, and that's what the father was upset about. But it was already going to be pre-arranged relationship. That's my opinion. Now, is everything I'm saying 1,000% factual, etc.? No, but I don't got to sit up here and make excuses for nobody just to say I support them. Who made that rule? These so-called day ones that'll make any excuse. Oh, R. Kelly had a body double. That ain't him on the tape. He had a body double. She said she wasn't with him back in 1998. She said she wasn't with him. Now she said she was with him. The digital footprint showed that she was with him. No, he did not bribe her. He didn't have to bribe her. He didn't have to bribe her. And what I have learned through rereading the paperwork and researching, when you look at the R. Kelly sex tape, some of them women looked like grown women, but some of them was minors too. Pumpkin being one of them. R. Kelly was humping on Rashonda and Pumpkin, putting them in a hotel room just outside of his house, moving them into his guest house, sleeping with them with his wife. And y'all get on here and want to defend him to the point that you want regular civilians to go to jail, to the point where you want to take real niggas' reputation and call them a pedophile, person that was with a minor while defending somebody that's for a fact was with a minor. The logic ain't lodging up. The logic ain't lodging up. Do you know how many Negroes I know that was 25, 24, 23, sleeping with a motherfucker 16, 17? I'm from Chicago. I've been seeing this shit all my life. My mama told me when people first was coming up here from the South, it was grown ass men out there picking wives and shit. Picking wives back in the 60s and shit. So, I'm not being judgmental on nothing, especially if the parent was aware of the relationship. It's not something I would want my daughter in, and it's not something I would want my name on. But I ain't nothing that I need to send somebody to jail to defend. It ain't nothing I need to send the police to somebody's house to defend. It ain't nothing that I need to come on here and disrespect somebody's family to defend. See, anything I ever did on this internet to anybody, I did it because I wanted to, and it was my opinion off of myself. But when you come on here attaching yourself as a cousin, a mentee, a godson, and you going to get police reports with this man's name in it, you going on the internet cocking guns and telling somebody, that's not a good representative of somebody that's in a RICO. Homeland Security can run down on me 30 times. It still wasn't going to make me a person in possession of anything illegal, and it still wasn't going to make me a person that know R. Kelly I had anything to do with his criminal enterprise. So I don't understand why the people that's on YouTube defending R. Kelly that was on the phone with the lead agents on his case, then defend R. Kelly? Why was you on there talking about Deboski and what you perceive I did to be a crime instead of telling the lead agent what you tell us on YouTube R. Kelly did and been convicted of that you perceive is not a crime? What sense do it make for federal agencies to be in contact with Levi, Dana, for Levi to be on YouTube talking about the only people that know his name is the FBI and Homeland Security? What sense would it make for all these connections that y'all have with law enforcement federally to be on the phone talking about a guy from Chicago that's broke, according to you, that's a bum, according to you, that's living off of other people, according to you? Why wouldn't you on there talking about all of the shit you get? When you set your YouTube live up, you set your green screen up, you come on here and tell us how innocent R. Kelly is, how it was a sit up, how it was so wrong, how it was all a lie. Why you didn't tell Ryan Shaboot that? See, Ryan Shaboot never asked me what I felt about R. Kelly. He asked me, did I threaten them 3 prosecutors? I see you cocksuckers talking about why would I be in the interrogation room? Because your bitch ass sent me there. That's why I'm there. The fuck? You act like I just walked in the interrogation room like, hey, let me sit down and have a conversation with you. No, bitch, I was kidnapped. Gun in my face. Put in handcuffs. Put in the Suburban. Driven to a motherfucking federal institution. That's how I got there. Now, why would I feel that I can't defend myself to law enforcement as a grown-ass man with a family that know I haven't committed a crime? Now I can see if me and my boys, we did something, I get pinched, I ain't saying nothing. I can see if I went out here, I did some shit, I got pinched, that's on me. But when you run down on me talking about some motherfucking R. Kelly when I already been on the internet telling you I come before R. Kelly and so do my family, I'ma tell you straight like I told them, you got the wrong guy. See, it was 3 charges when I was sitting in that interrogation room. I walked out with only 1. I had threats against a federal official, which was going to be Ann Donnelly. But if you watch the video, you see me get my phone, go to the YouTube video, go to the minute mark, show him that that's a BB gun. That charge went away. I was supposed to get possession of a firearm by a felon. You search my residence, anything that's a firearm in my residence was in the proper places by the proper owners. I don't have a weapon. That's gone. The last thing was that 5-minute video, and DJ and Dana had took my YouTube channel down, so I couldn't retrieve that video, and I had to go through the process of retrieving the video through a Google search warrant. Otherwise, I could have walked right out the police station. That's the part you failing to realize. When you innocent, you ain't got nothing to hide. When you over the age of 40 and you work every day and you take care of your family, I can sit down in the motherfucking investigation room or anything you talking about because I know I ain't did it. I've been arrested and convicted. You see these mugshots of me. But I never had an interrogation because I never had shit to say. But when you running down on me talking about some R. Kelly, yeah, I got something to say. You got the wrong fucking guy. Go get the mentee that start that defense fund. Go get him. Go get the cousin that say he been around for 20 years. Go get him. Because the first page on R. Kelly indictment says the enterprise comprise managers, bodyguards, runners, and personal assistants. I ain't none of that. I don't even know the man. So you coming to the wrong guy. Why would I go and threaten a prosecutor on R. Kelly case and I got my own fucking cases? Why would I go and threaten a prosecutor on R. Kelly case when I come before R. Kelly? And so do my family. You niggas gonna be on here making R. Kelly videos for the next 30 years. For the next 30 years. See, when you really, really think about it, and this to Levi, I hope this touch your soul. I hope, you like to act like you a very highly intellectual, versatile, diabolical individual, and any other word that rhyme with all the other words I just said. I hope that this hits your soul. 2 days before that man arrested, all of the R. Kelly terrorist group that you was on YouTube and social media pumping up, all of the reports you encourage others to turn in, reach this boiling point, and they run down on Deboski, pick up Deboski, go through his electronics, go through the clouds, Levi. They went through the clouds. They go through the property. It's nothing illegal. Nothing. Right? 2 days later, it's time for this man to get sentenced. The judge don't even know they picked me up. Ann Donnelly don't even know they done picked me up. Before she even walk in the courtroom, she say, Deboski is not allowed on the property. How the fuck she know who I am, Levi? She said Deboski is not allowed on the property. He not allowed. Ban him from the courtroom. He cannot see the proceedings. And then, Levi, this the craziest part of it. And this is how God works when you understand what I'm telling you. The state recommended 20 years. And she gave him 30, Levi. That 10 years extra that she gave him, that's what you tried to get to me. That 10 years extra that Ann Donnelly gave R. Kelly, that's what the Snake Squad tried to get to me. That 10 years extra that she gave R. Kelly, that's what the Godson tried to get to me. That 10 years extra that she gave R. Kelly, that's what Larry tried to get to me. That 10 years extra that she gave R. Kelly, that's what motherfucking all you people on YouTube telling me I ain't for this man when I'm spending my own dime, putting my name on shit, hitting the shade room with 500,000 people saying free this man, jumping on court TV, giving this man a reasonable doubt. Y'all wanted me locked up. Y'all wanted me to be a terrorist. You wanted me to be mentally unstable and etc. Y'all put me through the ringer and I came out clean. And that 10 years I would have got, had I threatened them prosecutors, had I had a weapon, had something illegal been in the clouds, Levi, it went to R. Kelly. And that's a fact. That's a fact. Because if you knew me personally, you would know how much good I do on this earth every day, because I know that the deeds I do on this earth is going to follow me when I leave this earth. Y'all see me shooting pool and shit? Them homeless people, I already done fed them. I tell them come shoot pool with me just because I want them to get out their car. I get out the street. You see me passing out book bags? I was doing that when Cash was alive, way before I was on YouTube. I had videos passing out book bags before they took my YouTube channel down because I talked about R. Kelly. The more I came on this internet defending R. Kelly, the more hardship came in my life. And the moment I let that shit go is the moment that everything and all the blessings that was supposed to be at the bottom of my feet been flowing and still flowing. And that 10 years extra that R. Kelly got, I promise you, that was the 10 years y'all tried to get at me. That's a fact. I believe that in all my heart. And that shit ain't gonna go away till y'all make that shit right. But y'all ain't gonna make that right. You ain't gotta make it right with me. Go and make it right with God. You know, Deboski ain't do nothing. He ain't feed you. He ain't park your car. He ain't escort you through the city. He ain't let you hang out in the shop. He ain't put you on to get the hotel rooms, to get the party. He ain't do none of that. The only thing he ever did was threaten you. The only thing he ever did was scam you. The only thing he ever did was whatever you said I did. But when you get past that lie of a block that you put in your mind from the guy that you met that was standing in the street by himself saying free R. Kelly before I ever met any one of you shady ass people, if he ain't got to do nothing else, he gonna have to do that 10 years that y'all tried to get to me. If he ain't got to do nothing else, even if he get his shit overturned, fixed in appellate court, Supreme Court, whatever, he gonna still have to do that 10. I promise you. I promise you. You could think I'm making this up. God told me that. God told me that. And I want to tell you something else. Ain't no way a man gonna come to my house shooting at me a month and a half before the feds come to my house. Keep in mind, a month and a half before all of this shit, DJ sent him to my house for his mama. Okay, let's start there. He sent him for his mama. They come in like February. By the middle of May, it's a shooting. I'll let dumbass tell you I was underneath a bed, but I just released surveillance footage. I got even more than that. And right after May, here come the feds. In June. Man, you know, I done said this before, Levi. I used to stand in the trap. Motherfucking police done raided that motherfucker. I come back, come over there. Motherfucker like, damn, they just locked up him, and him. I'm like, well, shit, I'm right here. Man, Joe, it's hot. Levi, I used to stand there until I see the damn task force. I gotta see them. You feel me? So after that, whoop at my crib, man, I knew what I was standing in. I knew I was standing in the hot pot. I knew I was standing in the hot pot. I don't gotta get ready. I was born ready. My last name Gun. I was born fully loaded. I was born fully loaded, semi-automatic, whatever else you wanna call it. I was born like that. I want to give all praises to God. You know, it ain't too many Negroes out here the federal government run down on, run in your home, and don't find shit on you, and you able to live and speak about it and let it be known that it's many situations that the federal government create based off informants or based off misinformation that ain't even true, that they are pushed through social media or any other news presence. I'm living proof of that. But I want everybody to stay tuned. Stay tuned to Pacer. Pay attention what's finna happen on Pacer, because not only am I living proof of that, but I'm about to make sure that it's some type of attention and being brought to situations where people take their YouTube beef on the internet and go running down to law enforcement trying to use them as their personal army. Why the fuck should somebody that feel R. Kelly is innocent, I feel he did some of it and he still should be free, I feel whatever they feel, need to go to jail before the people that know him, before the people that he put through college, before the people that was around 20 years and at the shows where he allegedly sought out these women, gave them phone numbers and took advantage of them. I wasn't there. I wasn't there. And when I see your bottom hole over there making every excuse from body doubles to etc., come on, man. Come on, man. Ain't no bigger R. Kelly supporter than the nigga that got arrested for being a super fan. I don't gotta prove that shit. I don't gotta prove it. It's a fact. Go ask Ryan Chabot. And I'm telling you, right or wrong with me is free R. Kelly. And if you want to go off logical facts, if the government didn't lock up the parents because a minor cannot consent to a relationship, then they fail to prove their case in that angle. But if you want to know my opinion on did he have a relationship with Rashonda Landfair, I'm gonna go off of the person that's representing him at an appellate court conceding to the facts of the digital footprints. This ain't something that I need to make an excuse for. The only person that would make an excuse for that is an ignorant son of a bitch. So yeah, Levi, when you out here talking about my medical and all this other fictitious ass shit, like your sidekick be over there talking about I was with minors, don't take your cousin or your daddy's story and make it mine. R. Kelly got herpes. R. Kelly was with minors. Not me. Not me. Not me. I don't give a fuck. And the strangest thing is being attacked by people that claim to know this man are associates of this man. Like Will Eady. You ain't gonna get your ass on the stand and say nothing in defense of this man, but you gonna get your ass on YouTube and tell me to pull up on you. Do you really want me pulling up on you? Do you see what the fuck happened on 79th? See, I used to let y'all push my button, but I had to step away from this internet shit. You gotta laugh this shit off, man. You gotta have thick skin for it. Because a lot of you people, man, you done took entertainment beyond entertainment when you start reaching out to law enforcement. That's not entertainment no more. And if you reach out to law enforcement and you really a victim of a crime or you really want to get some justice, when you make your report, let the police do their job. Don't come back to the internet trying to antagonize somebody just because you got a police report and you think you tough. But yeah, big ass loss. You're gonna have to pay that money. Go ahead and run that shit to the Supreme Court. Hopefully they stop taking your former poppies, even though you trying to make it seem so intergalactical. A former poppies, nigga, which is a poor man letter. And reject you all the way around the board and stop playing with the courts. And it need to be some type of reprimanding for people like you and others that think using the law enforcement as your personal army is is some cool shit to do.
Yep.
Is there anything you wanted to add to me, Ms. Walker, before I bounce?
Um, uh-uh. What is one thing, right? So let me explain something because, like, those who don't understand how to translate things into proper legal meanings or terms or whatever, sometimes you have people that try to use the literal meaning of it as if you looked it up in the Webster dictionary. So I don't know that Bon Jean actually said that R. Kelly slept with minors and what have you.
No, I never said that's what she said. I never.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me get to it. But what he's saying is when a party doesn't object or challenge it, they're pretty much conceding to it. Okay? That's the legal terminology. So just so when you see a party or an attorney receives a motion or receives a plea or something like that, and they're not objecting to what they're saying, they're pretty much conceding to it. or they pretty much will stipulate some part of evidence or whatever, and that it's going to go on the record. That doesn't even have to be discussed in in a proceeding. So that's what I was trying to say, because he was saying something that, like,
He said something I didn't even say. So
yeah,
let me say
right.
what she said. She said they was in a relationship. He paid bills for her. He took care of her. They was in a relationship. Now, if you go and look at the time frame of the allegations that she's saying that they was in a relationship with, then that's conceding to him being with a minor.
Because they
Now,
look at the age of the, yeah.
I buried Rashonda cousin. Q, that was my friend. Woke me up every morning, used to ride on the back of my moped. Cool motherfucker. She just passed away like what, 6 months ago. Now, she always told me she gonna come on my show and she gonna break the whole shit down. But our schedule was never matching, and I started getting into other shit, and I didn't want to be on the internet like that. But she told me when Rashonda's father passed away, she was trying to get in there to see her uncle, and that Chance the rapper was there, and he had all his security and shit, and he fucked the shit up for her, so she was, upset about that. And I was still trying to work with her on scheduling, but she was still upset about that. I guess my point being, when you look at all of these allegations of herpes, all of those motions and conversations surrounding that herpes allegation is not going to be on Pacer. It's not. It's not. And I guarantee you, by her not mentioning that nowhere on the pill, my client don't have herpes. She conceded to it. Now, if we gonna support R. Kelly, we got to support him right or wrong. And we got to work through what's wrong to try to get other people to see how we can make it right for the public perception. Making excuses is not going to help this situation. And that's what these people that's been on YouTube calling themselves R. Kelly Day Ones, that's what they've been doing. And all your police report on social media beef is always resort back to YouTube. What about Twitter? What about Instagram? What about Snapchat? What about TikTok? You act like the only people talking about R. Kelly is on YouTube. But she conceded to his relationship with Rashonda Landfield, not only by not defending the allegations, but by getting in front of the news camera after the trial and saying, yes, they was in a relationship, and some people might not like that. That's a fact. They was in a relationship, man. Now, if you saying you his mentee and you know he fucking his goddaughter that's been around him since a child, what type of man are you? See, I don't know R. Kelly, so I can defend him because I'm a fan. When you defending somebody that you know that's doing wrong, I did wrong, I did predatory behavior, you a sick motherfucker. So I could defend to the end. But when you know a motherfucker and you defending what they did, then you should be in jail with them. It's a fact. I don't give a fuck who don't like it. R. Kelly was with Rashonda Landfair. R. Kelly was with Pumpkin, Rashonda Landfair friend. These are facts. And I'm gonna tell you this too. He should have been fucking them. Did you see the way Rashonda was? Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. See, that's the thing motherfuckers don't want to hear. They want to hear all this bullshit. I'm gonna give it to you real. He should have been fucking them. Did you see the way Rashonda was riding that man on that tape? He didn't even have to do nothing. He didn't even have to do nothing. And then they always talking about he pissed on her. She pissed on his flow. He should have been allowed to piss on her.
Oh.
And let me tell you this too. Pumpkin sitting up there in that chair, that office chair. R. Kelly had nappy than a motherfucker in the Silk Road, eating that buttocks. You would look at that buttocks and think to yourself, this gotta be a grown woman.
That was a
Nah,
grown
that was a minor. That's Pumpkin.
woman? No, I don't know no Pumpkin.
Go read the Chicago trial. Go read the transcript. That's Pumpkin. So now, I don't believe nothing out of New York. But when it comes to Rashonda and Pumpkin, he was fucking them, man. He even had his wife fucking them. Come on, man. Let's be real.
Um,
And then I done seen these same so-called R. Kelly supporters say she was with Rashonda Landfill. Drill was sleeping with them. You can't say that Drill was sleeping with somebody that this nigga raised is his goddaughter without saying he wasn't doing it too. And I want to say this. By him fucking with old girl, Rashonda, it opened up the door for all of this Geronda Pace, the mother Puerto Rican girls that was in New York, who names we don't know. It opened the door for Israel Clary. It opened the door for all this shit. Because he broadcasted that relationship. He got a habit of broadcasting his relationships that he shouldn't be broadcasting. He didn't broadcast Drill, but he broadcast Aaliyah. He didn't broadcast Drill, but he broadcast Rashonda. And what really happened is R. Kelly just got caught up at the end of an era where that shit was already okay. Man, I guarantee you, niggas that's 23 and 24 fucking somebody 17 and 16. Niggas that, people that,
Go ahead.
people that's the age of 20 to 23, maybe 24, is fucking somebody 17 and 16 years old right now. Right now. People that's 20 to 24 is sleeping with somebody 17 and 16 years old. Right now.
But it doesn't make it right.
I'm not saying they make it right, but I'm just saying they ain't getting no federal RICO though. They didn't get R. Kelly. They didn't get 30 years. So when you want to make the argument of a defense for R. Kelly, let's talk logic code. We ain't got to talk excuses. We ain't got, well, if you giving an excuse and I'm giving an excuse and you giving an excuse and we just having a bullshit conversation. That's all it is. That's all it is. If you use reference points, go out here and get some case laws, then we can start going into conversations that will open my mind to give a real reaction to some real conversation. Then we can have an intellectual dialogue. But if we grown ass people that's on our way out of here, all of us 40 plus, we on our way out of here. You mean to tell me the only conversation we can have about this topic is who you gonna turn in or who gonna get locked up and who not for this and who made somebody the person to decide who for somebody that they spent their money on that you didn't get a dime of. When I bought R. Kelly CD, I didn't see in the credits Levi for Kelly. I didn't see Dana J. I didn't see Primo. When I read the back of the songs, I didn't see one of them with those names. So how all of a sudden you on YouTube somewhere else in buttfuck Egypt when I'm right here on the soil that this man came from and you trying to tell me what I'm for and what I ain't for? You got the game fucked up. You got the game fucked up. You can't even relate to the lifestyle that R. Kelly was living because the lifestyle that R. Kelly was living is an everyday lifestyle that's still part of the culture of Chicago. I just sit here and told you, man, between the ages of 20 to 24 is still dating somebody 16 to 17 years old right now. And it's been like that. I seen my little homie, man. He was 16. He get into it with the chicken man. You know, we call him the chicken man because he cooking the chicken in the restaurant. He get into it with the chicken man because he caught his girl in the passenger seat of the chicken man car. He get into it with the chicken man. Man, you fucking on my girl. He only like 16, 17. Chicken man like 27. Chicken man knock his noodle off. Knocked his noodle off. Over the minor girl that he was fucking on, dude was fucking on, man. So, you know, young girls develop mentally faster than men. Not all young girls are the same. Not all of them the same. But some of these young girls come from environments where they out here. They out here. They hot and ready like Little Caesar pizza.
Don't say that.
And when you got people that, you know, when you listen to R. Kelly, what did he say? They parents allowed it. Didn't he say that?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, he did. And he also said, don't blame me. Blame the parents. Right? So if a 26, 24, 27-year-old man say, hey, can I date your 16, 17-year-old daughter, and you okay it, don't come crying about it to social media. A minor can't consent. But if a grown man asks a grown adult, is it okay if I be with your daughter and you agree, then you consent it for the minor. You know, the same shit they got R. Kelly locked up for, these Muslims, they marry their daughters off the grown men all the time. You just don't see the marriage certificate in the United States until they hit 18, but they've been with this grown-ass man since they were 16, 15. Man, when you walking through the grocery store where Mexicans at, look around at some of the motherfuckers they pushing the cart with. You know, the Bible didn't put an age limit on sex. I love. Men did. Men did. They say the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had a wife that was 13. See, I can sit up here and have these conversations because I'm a real motherfucker, man. I'm uncut and raw. But if I knew R. Kelly, if he put me through college, if he was my cousin, if he was my godfather, then my presentation and conversations would be of a whole different caliber than what you have heard from me. But what you have heard from me ain't no different than the people on YouTube that say they know him. So what makes us any different for them to be pointing the finger at me? If a nigga put me through college and I see him fucking his goddaughter, I'ma tell him you bogus. I don't care if the relationship was before or after. You bogus. But at the same time, you gotta look at Elon Musk. Elon Musk's father got 2 kids by his stepdaughter. Ain't nobody putting him in jail. He living on a boat. He don't even want to live on land. He living in a boat. But he got 2 kids by his stepdaughter.
Diva, hold on. Let me get Crazyville. Hold on. Audra. First of all, you came on the right day. Because I am talking about psychos So you came on the right day. First of all, bitch, how the fuck helping the prosecution through motherfucking lies? My job was my job, bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? I ain't have to go in no motherfucking body's office or none of that kind of bullshit, bitch, because I ain't handle that type of shit.
You can't be an informant if you're a civilian. You can't
Right.
be an informant if you're a civilian. See, people take this word informant that I came on the internet running around with, calling people. An informant is somebody that plays street games, like Dana J, who chat you're always saying Audrey M. Why you never went over there and called him an informant? He
And
told you that he talked to Ryan Chabot, the lead agent on R. Kelly case, the man that gave R. Kelly 30 years. He had a conversation with Dana at his house. He had a conversation with me in the interrogation room.
thank you, Queen. I'm gonna catch it.
I wish I could have had a conversation with him in the comfort of my house, but I had a conversation with him in the interrogation room. How are these people calling him while they taking the piss, while they cooking, while they watching TV, like he they friend? And you ain't never said, hey, that's some informant shit. Why you ain't say that to him?
Yeah, hold on. Let me make something real clear to this dizzy motherfucker with her crazy ass. First of all, let me tell you something. Never, ever, ever in any motherfucking time, place, space, nothing. You can't even, nothing. I've never worked in no area, no gang motherfucking unit. I never worked in no motherfucking high crimes. I never worked because guess what? Half of the people I motherfucking know. What? That's how I am about my motherfucking shit, bitch. White collar. Hmm? Cut deals. You ain't even got to come. Just you okay, you'll take this on this misdemeanor, whatever. So what the fuck is you talking about? Who I'm informing on?
But you can go over there and jump on Levi for Kelly channel, and he said the only person that know his real name is the FBI and Homeland Security.
Yeah, who the fuck am I informing? I ain't never called no motherfucking body and said, hey, I got to run this down to you. Hey, I can. And listen, and anytime I need to motherfucking goddamn say this, that, the third, whatever, I don't have to even go that far. If I want to be a motherfucking informant, are you fucking crazy? Are you delusional?
And this is something I want to ask Audrey
Them
M.
people, hold on a minute, bitch. Them people wasn't no informants or whatever when you did the shit you motherfucking did. You just mad because you got caught hitting somebody in the motherfucking head with a goddamn shovel, and all your motherfucking filings are this person did this. Everybody did it except your motherfucking ass. The bitch that had the shovel in her motherfucking hands.
I want to
You got
know
me
from Audrey M.
bitch.
When she heard
Your
uh,
motherfucking ass out of here.
her idol Dana over there saying that R. Kelly did have a relationship with Rashonda after the trial, would she allow him to be around her children? Would you allow Dana, who told you yesterday that R. Kelly had a relationship with his goddaughter after the trial? Would you allow a man like that to be around your children, around your daughter, somebody that can justify that by uh, throwing some shade at me or making some fictitious shit on me? Do that justify the factual conviction of Robert Sylvester Kelly? And is a representative. If you're gonna get in front of a camera and say he's your mentee, he basically raised you something like your pops. All of these are quote for quote. How could you get on YouTube and say, yeah, he did have a relationship with Rashonda after the trial? What man do you know would think that that's okay? What mother, anybody, who in their right mind would think that that's okay? I watch Elon Musk's father come on Vlad TV and tell Vlad TV that he got two kids by his stepdaughter. And he was talking so matter-of-factly like it was okay. And yes, she's of age, but it's just a line, moral line. You know what I mean? A moral line that should just be sitting stone from the people that raise you. And if If my mentee had stopped having a relationship with his goddaughter and I was Dana, I wouldn't say nothing about it. And I definitely wouldn't be on here insinuating that I got a baby by the same person that my father, mentee, raised and sleeping with. That shows to me not only is he sick, but his mentee's sick. That's probably why that woman saying you pressure her and all of that shit, it all makes sense. If I got the video of you walking out of the bathroom, you walk into the room, you go into the bathroom, you come out the bathroom about 45, 47 seconds later, you take 2 steps, drop to your knees, go head first underneath the bed covers into this woman's buttocks and just go crazy. Slurping, slobbing, eating it up. You didn't ask her. You didn't warn her. Nothing. Nothing. Y'all be on here talking about somebody trying to get paid off R. Kelly name. That's why I don't even go live no more. R. Kelly ain't gonna pay my mortgage. I finally paid my car note off. But R. Kelly ain't gonna pay my mortgage. He ain't gonna cut my grass. He ain't gonna pick my son up from football or basketball. He ain't gonna motherfucking put me through barber college. I gotta pay $9,000 for. So what am I supposed to be getting off somebody that I don't know that I'm just giving you my opinion on? I heard people say you got pussy off R. Kelly name. What his brother do with Lady T? That bought him that suit that he wore down there to support his brother. She gave him some pussy that was so good. He went against all that shit he said on Wendy Williams and everywhere else and tried to go down there to Brooklyn and switch the story, and the news cameras laughed at his ass. What about Trevor? He drove all the way to California to get with Miss Parker's daughter that he's still with. All of y'all met each other that hate me, and this don't include Dana, because he loved to include himself at our events. Your ring was 2019. Debosi came 2020, 2021. You wasn't there. You was never at none of our events. You was at none of our events, none of our protesters, none of our after events. You was never there. Anything you saying is what you heard, some gossip like a bitch, a rumor, some made up shit. You wasn't there. You came in asking people to help you with Airbnbs. I came in staying at the Trump, baby. You came in sitting in other people Airbnbs. I came in, you talking about, oh, you fed some people in the grass. They didn't have nowhere to sit. They didn't have nowhere to sit. You fed people in the grass. That wasn't my shit. That was one Papoose shit. When it was my shit, I had tables and chairs. But you wouldn't know that because you wasn't there. For all these people that say you didn't spend your money, you ain't do it. If I got a donation, you saw where it was spent at. If I got a donation, you saw where it was spent at. 100 chicken wings from Harold's, half gallon of Patron, the party bus, the hall, even the goddamn raffle. If I got a donation, you saw where it went. But I did all this for somebody that put you through college. He ain't put me through college. Tell that nigga to pay for my barber college. I need 9,000. 1,000 down, 600 a month. Tell him to pay for it. Can I get that? Since I'm getting money off R. Kelly name, can I get that? How everybody on social media get money off R. Kelly name, but he and that motherfucker singing that he ain't got no goddamn money? Who's getting all of my money? Who's getting all of my checks? Dana getting all of your checks. Levi is getting them next. I go to work. I stand on my feet 8 hours. On the weekend, I'm still at the motorcycle shop. I heard all y'all come on here and say, Debo, only make $150 a week. Sweeping flows. If I make only $150 a week sweeping flows, why you mad? Why you mad? At least I'm getting an honest wage. I mean, damn, a nigga can't make $150 a week. You mad at that? Then all this, you live off somebody. Man, if it was that easy to live off somebody, why you ain't doing it? You live off your baby mama. How many baby mamas you got, Dana? You couldn't live off none of them? None of them? See, I speak logic shit. And DV Wild, a parent can't consent to an underage relationship. Not at all. We know this. A minor can't consent. That's the law though, right? The law say a minor can't consent. That's what the law say. The law say a minor can't consent. So why the fuck was Israel Clary, mother and daddy, consenting to her being in a relationship with a minor? And it's a crime because she consented to R. Kelly relationship with her daughter. Because a minor can't consent. So let's say,
hold on. A parent can't consent to a relationship with the minor either.
exactly. Exactly.
Okay. All right.
I know this, but what I'm saying is they did. They did. The law only states that a minor cannot consent. The law don't say in the parent. And the biggest thing with this parent situation with R. Kelly, if you want to be real and technical and you want to look for an excuse, I'm finna give you the biggest excuse. They did not charge any of those parents who consented to a relationship with a minor, which is illegal. So they did not prove their case.
Hold on. Wait a minute. When was it proven that they consented to a relationship?
When they said the mother was texting the daughter.
Okay, that's not consent. That's not saying that, hey.
That's acknowledgement.
Acknowledgement and consent is two different things.
If you kill somebody, I know you did it, and I ain't tell, then I motherfucking conspiracy, you know.
Well, no, it was not that loose like that.
If you kill somebody, I know you kill somebody, and I don't say nothing about it. Can I get accessory after the fact?
You can get not an accessory. You can get failure to report or something like that. It's not accessory. But what I'm saying is this.
So why they didn't get failure to report?
Because prosecution have prosecutorial discretion. So
exactly.
They pick and choose.
And what I'm saying is Mr. Due Process. I'm saying they failed to prove their case in my eyes by the lack of charges of other people that consented to these relationships that a minor couldn't consent to. Is that logical?
Well, I wouldn't say that. Okay, a minor, here's the thing. A minor can't consent, and a parent can't consent for a minor to be in
But they did, though. They did.
In your opinion. I get that, in your opinion.
You know, when T was like, what? How old was you, T? 11, 12? That's the shit, y'all, in your mind. You know, She a grown ass woman, man. Y'all make the. You should be happy you look young and shit, but y'all make this motherfucker like she's some 19-year-old woman right now.
It's
I,
just, I
I ain't
don't
about to
know.
be on here tossing her age out and shit, but man, the math just ain't adding up. It ain't adding up. So when you run around here talking about I was with a minor and all that shit, it sound cool. And I said this shit before, but I'm gonna say it again, man. I'm an unknown from Chicago Avenue, L Town. I ain't never been no traveling vice lord. So how the fuck you make me a traveling vice? What would I even be doing with some young niggas? Selling fentanyl, carrying guns. For what? What am I doing this with the folks? We getting some money out of this. What am I doing with them? And you never show anything other than you had court over here and they had court over here. Show us the paperwork. You can go and get my paperwork. Show at the conclusion of any of that where it say the government gave me a 5K1 letter. If a motherfucker run down on young Scooter and that man lose his life over some false allegations and your heart pumping and you scared and you run and you lose your life in the process, did he shoot a gun? Did he pull a woman in the house? No, it didn't happen. He got swatted. That's why she got locked up. If you send in a 5-minute manipulated video to the federal government and they run down on me and find out it's a 10-hour live and dismiss the charges against me, do that mean I motherfucker did what you said or what you reported? No, it don't. It means that you swatted me. That's it. Now I just hope, right, throughout all these years on YouTube, that you go and mend that relationship, with that little dude who you ain't seen in over a decade. And if anybody got any problem with me sending them a cash out that please tell them to send it back because right now I need it. You feel me? Right now I need it. I was balling at that time, so I probably sent like $150. You know what I mean? Tell her she can keep the 50, but just send me back the 100. You know what I mean? And I would greatly appreciate it. I would greatly appreciate it. Cause if you upset, she upset about me sending her some money, just send it back. I need it right now. Send it back. I don't care about who else sent some money, but the money I sent, if you unhappy about it, can I just get it back? Matter of fact,
Oh, that's
post,
right.
post my baby mama cash app over there on your live when you live, and let people donate to her. I did it on my live, but you mad about it. She ain't mad about it. She ain't sending none of that shit back. I'm down to 2% on my battery, Angie. I would have loved to stay though.
Yes, sir. I would love you to stay after I got finished. Well, charge it back up because this might be an all nighter. We ain't had an all nighter in a minute. Or
I'm gonna
we
charge my
crazy.
phone. I'll probably come back.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. So, Audra, this is what I struggle with, right? Because I had to step away from becoming a person that I don't know, that's not me, but because I can go there, it's a part of me, right? I can get down to it, right? I can get down with you with it, right? But I know better. So I struggle with that. I struggle with that with a lot of you motherfuckers. And again, I'm operating under disclaimer number 2. So if it doesn't apply to you and it don't apply, you know the motherfuckers I fuck with. The ones I don't. So we already know that. I shouldn't have to give these disclaimers no more. But when I speak in general, I'm just speaking to the people that it applies to. Um, Pretty much people I ain't fucking with. So I know better, train better, skill better, credential better, all of that, right? But yeah, so, and what I mean by this, I don't care that you've taken your videos down and all that type of shit, whatever. You so crazy that you thought the videos that you were putting out was proving that you were innocent in some. I don't understand. I don't understand, and it's not my place to understand. But I have a struggle because I know you nuts and you're not responsible. That's what the law says, and that's what psychology would indicate, right? But we don't always have to agree with the law or with psychology. And I don't know what the Bible says about crazy people, but sometimes, we don't act in accordance with the Bible at all times, right? So you hear a lot of people say, well, the Bible said you know better, you're supposed to do better, and all this. Yeah, I get that. I get that. And I agree with it. But sometimes it's people that will physically remove you from the spirit and make you go to the space to cussing their ass out. Even when you know that they're not responsible because they're mentally checked out. But I say sometimes that's a cap because they're able enough to drive a car, to hold a job, to do, to function. I call it, a functioning nut. Then I think they should be able to get cussed out and beat down like anybody else. And thank you, ma'am. And it is unfortunate, right, that because of the way your psychology is set up and because of your sickness, it would never sink in. The legal marriage license don't sink in. The fact that you don't hit that woman in the head with a shovel, that don't sink in. Just shit don't sink in. The informants, I mean, I don't know if you schizophrenic or whatever, you thinking everybody informants and all that. I don't get it. And you just going from place to place, town to town, spreading that motherfucking foolishness. I'm gonna teach you by spreading some shit on me, bitch. As per usual, I'm just gonna hit your ass with the truth. I'm gonna let the motherfuckers know that you are a nutcase. Here's the proof. I ain't gotta make this shit up. You crazier than a motherfucker. And they can babysit that bullshit if they want to. You still stalking my motherfucking channel, bitch. I done banned you. I done blocked you. I don't know what else the motherfucking do, and I don't know how you're making it past security. But you laying and motherfucking listening like a fucking weirdo. Fucking cuckoo. Get your ass out of here. I was saying, it's not fun, man. It's not fun, man. And not knowing that you are telling people that like people to go to jail if they perceive them to be wrong. Those people, they're not supporters of R. Kelly. They're not supporters of people who do wrong. Your dumb ass. You a stupid motherfucker. Get your ass on up out of here. Oh, baby voice, bitch. Get your ass on. Sick of you. One motherfucking nut to the next. One motherfucking nut to the next. But we got to continue on with the first nut. That's off the record. All this shit's off the record. So check this out right here. While Debo was holding it down, I was able to kind of do a little, kind of get the little paperwork, get together, right? Because again, this dude keeps adding me to his. I don't understand. Hold on, let me see. Where is that? add me to this motherfucking bullshit, right? And what I mean by that, he keeps questioning me about what the fuck. I ain't saying this about it. I ain't doing that. Listen, dude, that's not my motherfucking job. But you keep adding me on this motherfucking bullshit, hoping that somehow you gonna convince them people that I'm not motherfucking telling the truth. And I done told you, sick motherfucker, a lie will never be the truth. I don't care how you try, how you spend it, what you try to bend it into, or whatever. A lie will never be the truth. And only a sick motherfucker will continue to try to make it the truth, right? So let me elaborate on something that Debo had said, right? So when he was talking about when we were talking about like what Jennifer Bonjean did and did not do with regards to R. Kelly's case, right? Check this out. Okay. Jennifer Bonjean never challenged his innocence. She did not do that. She challenged him being found not guilty according to the law. Okay. So she, one of her strategies was to say that the state didn't prove their case because the evidence was insufficient. She also said that his rights was violated, right? Well, I think she's leading up to that. She may have said that. Yeah, no, she said that because she challenged the jury and all of that, right? And in my opinion, she keeps going after the BOP situation to come up with the Fourth and Sixth Amendment violation, right? That's in my opinion. And she also challenged the statutory interpretation of the law, right? And when a law is statutorily interpreted, that's what we get what common law, case law, right? That's when we get that. Okay, sometimes, not sometimes, half of the time, more than half of the time, you get on appeal or during a post conviction motion or whenever, you see when an attorney asks the judge to interpret the statutory wording of the law. Now, they don't say it like that, okay? But this is what they want. They want a standard applied to it. Remember, we went over the standards, de novo, judicial discretion, all of that, right? Um, so she never did challenge that, whether or not she never challenged his innocence. Because there is a defense that challenges someone's guilt or innocence. That's something different than saying that someone is not guilty due to this, that, and the third, insufficient evidence, um, shit like that. Or two different things. I don't know if y'all listened to in the Keeper D's when I played the little Keeper D clips, and I have a link, a channel that has the entire um, trial, right? It was a many clips I was missing. I just can't play that person's content because they have their brand all across it. So I definitely won't be, they definitely will strike you. That person will. But you heard the defense saying the that the burden shifts to the prosecution. Now, long time ago, I used to tell you guys that in certain situations with certain defenses, the burden shifts to the defense, right? In Keeper D's trial that he just had, he had the burden, right? Because he went with the self-defense, which is an affirmative defense, right? He went with self-defense. That means that the burden at that point is the defense. However, his attorney was trying to say, no, it should be on the prosecution. So, and that's probably going I hope I don't confuse nobody, but he brought that up. That's just as a strategy. He knows that the burden is his when he comes up with self defense, but because he's in trial, he's in the court of law, he wants to put something out there that's familiar with the jury, because at all times you guys are told that the burden of proof remains with the prosecution. That's not always the case. So, and I said all that to say this, right? With some of the possible defenses that Daybell could have taken, the burden would have been on her. And it is my opinion that she didn't have any evidence to submit to that would say that he was innocent of those elements, right? Because you got to be found guilty or innocent of the elements of the crime. Okay? The jury charge is going to tell you that. Instruct the jury to do so. Not what we think and all of that. No. It's very specific. That jury charge may have, limited instructions to say, hey, you're to apply this evidence onto this charge, or if it's co-defense onto this person, so on and so forth, right? But it's very specific. It's always the elements of the crime. So that's just my sense. Debo brought that up. I just wanted to point it out. So not all the time someone is going to say, going to break down like Devo, like that boy said, Devo said, Bonjean said that he slept with minors or whatever. I don't recall her saying that. I'm pretty sure she didn't say that. What she didn't do was challenge the fact that he had, relationships with some of the people that was named in the indictment. You have weirdos, even though a jury has passed judgment, an attorney have appeared on the case. Facts was put out there per the prosecution. The elements were charged, and some people are still saying that the man didn't know the people, the girls. The man didn't sleep with them. That wasn't him on the bed. Listen, I told you guys 1,000 times. Pay attention to what the lawyer does in a court proceeding. Pay attention to that. If you want to know exactly, if you want to kind of get an idea of what they think about the case, their own case. Okay? If they don't believe that their client is guilty of those charges because they did not do it, they will have a defense consistent with just that. But a defense consistent with my client is not guilty of the elements, how they're charged based on the law, that's something totally different. That's when insufficient evidence that gets thrown around. That's when they start talking about, they start trying to attack the elements. They try to, with sexual abuse or crimes involving sex, they try to attack the the Victims Act. The one that got changed and allowed people to go back and all of that, right? Try to, as you saw, she tried to attack the what she said that the founders of that particular act meant when it was written, that it wasn't meant to be applied. I think, was it prospectively or retrospectively? Retrospectively, I believe that's what she put. So anyway, yeah, like puff case. So I mean, this is crazy day, and I just can't see nobody believing the shit she's saying. But I'm gonna fix that. Cause you gonna stop lying on me with your crazy ass. I don't know you from. And then the allegations some of you motherfuckers say about people is just ridiculous. With no motherfucking proof, no nothing, whatever. I'm an informant. Yeah, who the fuck I done informed on? I done did this. Well, where's the proof? But I ain't talking about this old shady ass, bullshit ass proof like the Bows will be putting up. He'll put up one document from somewhere to tell me it meant something else, applied to this place, all that old motherfucking bullshit. I hope this is your last motherfucking time you call me out on the carpet on some bullshit about you. But we're gonna get back to your motherfucking ass. So let me get back to. So here comes the goddamn music. Let me play the music and out.
Here's the notice of publication here. So wait a minute. If the proof of publication is not there, but you see it here, if the notice of publication is not there, but you see it here, then here's another notice of publisher's affidavit. Wait a minute. Could somebody in Fulton County just be overlooking what's going on and thinking that I'm not going to follow up? Then I put in another demand to vacate default judgment. I put in an order to perfect service. There it is. Then I put a response to Judge Glanville order that was very nice, nasty. And here's the response again. Order a voluntary recusal. After I put my response in, he recused himself. Answer to Judge Glanville order, okay? Demand for defendant dismissal and demand for plaintiff. Here's one right here, right? Notice on January 28th, 2025 status conference. Then I had a Zoom where Caleb Bumpus showed up, and now I get an order dismissing petition to Superior Court. Thank you. Because now I got 28 days to take this to federal court. Thank you. So I have a question. Once again.
Here we go.
Where is the lie? Because folks was on there talking about the judge called me a liar. So can I ask a question? Where did the judge call me a liar at? Can somebody tell me where the judge called me a liar at?
I don't know if the judge directly called him a liar. Maybe Sylvia meant that because of the fact that he kept on with this service and all this publication and all this extra shit, whatever, and it kept seeming, from what I'm pulling up, it seemed like it kept coming back deficient, improper, something wrong with it. And what he's doing is showing them in the system, right? How Fulton County has it docketed. It has proof of service. And so it's making it look like, yeah, you putting it in, but I'm reading paperwork where it said it was improper. We're gonna get to it.
That's all I want to know. Where the judge called me a liar. This about to get spicy. Where the judge called me a liar. And then I heard somebody say, oh, yo, you don't see him with his daughter on here no more because he got to pay child support and this and this and this and this. Listen, I don't got to prove nothing to none of y'all. Y'all want to know what's going on in my life so bad, right? But wait, I was supposed to be getting evicted a year ago. It never happened. I supposed to have paid $50,000. I supposed to have to pay over $50,000 in child support, right? I was supposed to pay over $50,000 in child support. And I told you, I don't deal with corporations. I can't. So,
see shit like that. And he makes it seem like because he don't deal with corporations and shit, that he's not legally responsible for taking care of his children. Shit like this. And I don't know if them people be high, drunk, crazy, or whatever, and sit up there and will go along with this motherfucking bullshit.
with that being said, right?
That's when you think he done got y'all.
With that being said, let's make him a liar. Because the lawyer talk about, I know you right. Didn't the lawyer say that? But hold, wait. Look at that last line. Look at that last line. Look. Dantes Jackson versus Division of Child Support Services, DHS, Georgia Department of Driver Services. Then they say, oh, my license was suspended and all that. Let's load this up. Let's look at the final order. Let's load this up. In the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia, Family Court Division, Dantes Jackson petitioner and Division of Child Support Services, DHS, Georgia Department of Driver Services, final order. The petitioner in this case has an administrative law order from September the 19th, 2024, dismissing all actions with the DHS for child support. There are no pending child support arrearages for case number, and DDS shall reinstate any suspensions on petitioner's license. So ordered this 18th day of February 2025. Family Judge, Superior Court of Fulton County, Family Division, Atlanta Judicial Circuit. Copies by e-file, Dantes Jackson, Division of Child Support Services, DHS, Georgia Department of Driver Services. When I tell you, do not listen to people when they talk. I don't care what's on somebody's record. The thing is, can you prove that it's still there? Can you prove that the person, hold on, and because you know they're going to say, it don't say that, it just say court details and stuff like that. Okay, well, this is what they're not going to show you. This is what they're not going to show you. And I want to know why the lawyer ain't showing y'all. Because she can pull everything up, right? That's the same one that said, I wonder why the lawyer ain't show you this. Why? Because it don't go with their narrative. And they want y'all to believe that I'm such a liar when it's them. So I sit back and let them make a fool out of themselves. Make a fool all you want. I sit back, I let them make a fool out of themselves, and I laugh.
Okay, let's get into it. Because now you want to add me to your child support shit and all these extra conversations. And I know better than this. I should have known. I need my ass kicked. I really do. I need my fucking ass kicked. And y'all, it is nothing wrong with thinking you too good for some shit when it's the motherfucking truth. This ain't even how I motherfucking get down. So, let me tell you where you at. Because you're going to get enough for adding me to your shit. I unsubscribe from you motherfuckers for a reason. But there's always going to be somebody looking out for my motherfucking ass that's going to say, hey, and as they motherfucking should. But let me pull up that. Okay. Let me show you how this motherfucker is just getting y'all motherfuckers right and left, upside down. And I told you, see, with me, you gotta, you gotta go away for a couple of days and come back. They all have to do that. So let me show you this, right? Now, anybody that's familiar with child support, the agencies, or what have you, anybody familiar with them knows this, right? You know two things. You know that you get put on child support at least two ways. One, the custodial parent put you on child support, or two, an agency put you on child support. Because they're taking care of the child, they need you to reimburse them and give the reimburse the agency as well as give the custodial parent some money. Now, if there's some other ways, I don't know, but I know those, at least those two ways. Okay, this is what I do know. I do know that you wouldn't have child support orders and all this motherfucking paperwork and all these motherfucking cities and states and shit if you was taking care of your motherfucking children. And if you was even up to date with your child support, only thing you would have to show us is a motherfucking the little report, the little ledger that shows that this you pay this faithfully. That's the only thing you have to show. Where is that? Show us where you pay the motherfuckers. Don't show us all this motherfucking paperwork and fighting this person here and this person. I don't have time to keep up with that. Show us where you pay the motherfuckers. Show us that. And here's the thing. I don't want to hear nothing about I voluntarily take care of them. I don't want to hear that bullshit because here's the thing. Them people done already put your ass on child support. You have between 1 to 5 children. I only thought you had 2. The enterprise done found the other 3 or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on. You know, the enterprise, they're a unit of them, their own, honey. You don't have to give them shit. You don't have to. They had their own. They put their videos together. I was looking at this video because I told you I'm still subscribed to the Daybell, and he don't put some video. They done got some. Now I don't know if Daybell video skills is like that or because I know somebody would have to do that for me. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do none of that. Where he had little pop-ups all over the bozo face. So listen. So about the rearages and shit like that, and I told y'all, right? It could be where he was in Maryland and it zeroed out at some point and transferred to Georgia because he moved to Georgia, or vice versa, whatever. Because the children, I heard somebody that was a baby in Pennsylvania. I don't know about all these motherfucking children. I don't know about all of that. But I do know how it goes, how it works. Now, you say, I don't know if your license is suspended now or not. I don't know, and I don't give a fuck, to be honest. But I'm going to tell you what I do know. I do know that you say why I don't show this. 1, I ain't know nothing about this motherfucker. And 2, I don't give a fuck. All this shit is on the motherfucking spot. But listen, you up there talking about, it says the petitioner in this case has an administrative law order from September 19, 2024, dismissing all actions with the DHS for child support. Meaning that there was an issue with some motherfucking child support. Okay? There are no pending child support arrearages for case number that, and DDS shall reinstate any suspensions on petitioner's license. Meaning your shit was suspended. That 7-6 case number, it seems like it's maybe a transfer or something like that. I don't motherfucking know. I don't know. You are the baby mamas are your children. I don't know none of them. I don't know you. Okay. So he wants you to think that because of this one case number, saying that it's a final order that's dismissing actions or whatever. I don't know if the child turned 18. I don't know who this case number is on. But normally, each child get a different case number, especially if you're in different states. Now, there probably is a situation where you can combine it all into one. But normally, each child get a different case number. And saying that you got between 1 to 5 children. And so far, that I found, just while Debo was talking, that there was an issue or something was going on with at least 3 of them. Okay, so check this out right here. Because he wants you to think that he don't owe no motherfucking child support. As long as there's a case open, you owe child support. Like, you're gonna leave me off your motherfucking bullshit. You're gonna eventually learn, go play these motherfucking games with somebody else. Come back in a couple more days when you got your shit a little bit more perfected. Hold on, let me see. Stop sharing. But this is ridiculous. Okay. Now, So this I just ran this today. Right there, you see the Department of Human Services. And then they got Journey Jackson, Dante, and you know that's a little baby name. It says a child support case is open. Hmm. You got an open case. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? But hold on. So you people like to share shit and show shit. Your motherfucking ass. This somebody. That was a baby born in 2018. Name, I don't know what this little baby name. Marwin, Mar somebody. Something going on with a child in 2018. There, of course, there's the little baby Christian. You're fighting. You're challenging something. You had challenge with something with him. You got a little journey up in there. Like, are you serious? Don't come out here and try to act like you the responsible dad. You don't owe nothing. None of this. Never. It's a mistake. It's their fault. It's something always their motherfucking fault. And as you see, when you see all that handwritten shit, that's him challenging something. It's just a repetitive saga. It's on and on and on and on and on and on and on. He always trying to motherfucking goddamn. I don't understand what the fuck the problem is. There's nothing you can substantiate by adding my name to. And why don't you don't do that? And he thought he was gonna set my motherfucking ass up, and I'm glad I didn't see it because you know me, I don't duck no motherfucking smoke. I'd have took my ass on over there. But no, he'll play the motherfucking tricks or put up something that would say something like that. I don't have the time to look at it, whatever. And then I can't do nothing but agree. Okay, but it does say that, whatever, right? Then, see, where's the lie? I told you. All that goofy ass shit. Nope. Mm-mm. I'm sick of you motherfuckers. You can't tell? You don't take care of nothing. Nobody. According to what the people say you should. The fuck? You the only motherfucker I know that don't pay no motherfucking taxes. The fuck is going on with this? So let me read some more. So it was something, you know, that paper I was reading earlier, right? Well, I wanted to see what kind of bullshit. Oh, that's about the car. Hold on, I get it. We'll go back to that. That's about the car. That's about the car. Yeah, trying to get off child support. And again, this ain't no special powers I got where you can go right into this motherfucking system, pull this shit up yourself. But I don't like doing all of this. This is not how I get down. And again, when you're dealing with people like this or whatever, this is exactly what they'll have your motherfucking ass doing. That's what I'm saying. Just separate. I'm all for that. Separate. I don't fuck with. Nope. Done. Let me get the music back to playing. Cause he want to talk about. Oh, he already talked about that motherfucking car. I can go. Let me read about. Let me read y'all something about that motherfucking car. My bad. He already talked about it. And Mr. Fake ass motherfucking goddamn petitioner and shit. This is what's called opening the doors, because you already spoke on it. So I can speak on it. Them people gonna tear your motherfucking ass up in that goddamn court about that goddamn car. I'm here to tell you. I just hope somebody be in there with Sylvia that can pass that knows this case up back and forth, that they can pass him his motherfucker the attorney goddamn notes. When shit going motherfucking on. This some stupid shit. I'm gonna act like, okay, that's the petition to dismiss. That. And again, we don't know what kind of shit this motherfucker is pulling with these this courthouse. We don't know. And he think he's getting over on them or what have you. We don't motherfucking know. What we do know is that they have to check for certain things, right? And because she has an attorney, she's going to be able to check to see if her client was served properly. If her client wasn't, she can raise those claims in a motion like she did. So you talking about the stuff is in the back and all this, that, and shit, whatever. What do you mean the shit was in the back? Why you ain't say that all them different times where you were call yourself serving by publication, serving by this, serving? Why you ain't tell them, oh, I already filed it, the thing is in the back? Why you ain't write that in a motion? And then resend it just with the notice that she was served, that was done by publication. Why you ain't do that? Stupid. Stop adding me to your motherfucking bullshit. I'm only gonna fuck it up. Stop saying any motherfucking you, your minions, whatever. Don't motherfucking puppeteer and shit nobody to go last and nothing. Just move on. Your fat ass. I really didn't mean to say that. Cause I'm still fat in my mind. You know what I'm saying? I can see him bouncing around there. I told you he was bouncing around like he got it now. Boy, I'm trying to find that shit by that damn car, child. So let's reread the thing, the order he read today. I am cutting up tonight. Ooh, she done called Just be a hoe. Mm. So I let chat to handle chat business. I really don't get into that. So this is an order. This was in regards to that car. When was the date? It was dated on the 15th, right? And just shy of 2 full days. Okay. It says order dismissing petition to Superior Court. This is from the judge. Now, I want to point out something. This is from the judge. Okay? From the judge. It's an order. Order dismissing petition to Superior Court. Now, when I read this, tell me if this does not sound like the judge, the clerk, and everybody else did their job. Because the judge could have just easily had one paragraph granting or denying the motion, right? But when I say grant or denying the motion, I'll get to that. I'll explain to why I said it like that. But this motherfucker, him, baby. Woo! So order dismissing petition to Superior Court. The above style case is a petition for review from Magistrate Court of Fulton County, Georgia, filed September 1st, 2022, under the Superior and State Court Appellate Practice Act, OCGA, Section 531, pursuant to OCGA, Section 537. Petitioner Dantes Jackson. Petitioner was required to serve copy of the petition for review on all parties within 5 days after filing the petition for review in the reviewing court. Petitioner in this case filed a proof of service as part of his petition, indicating that he served respondents by United States first class mail or by third party commercial carrier, and neglected to provide the address to which the petition was sent. Now, that seems very specific. Why would a judge be saying that he failed to provide the address to which the petition was sent? Further, petitioner failed to sign his proof of service, in spite of the fact that there is a signature line labeled signature directly under the statement. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. These are very specific declarations made by this judge in this order. This doesn't look like somebody missed something in the back, skipped it, this, that, whatever. This seems as if that this judge and maybe the courts are getting familiar with this motherfucker's behavior. And they are checking. And they're really getting sick of this motherfucker. Keep reading. This is not valid service under OCGA Section 5310. Also on September 1st, 2022, petitioner filed a notice of publication without first filing a motion for service by publication and without being granted an order for service by publication, meaning he didn't ask the judge's permission first to file service by publication before doing it. So understand this. Whenever you see them going to the courthouse or whatever, right? They're taking this shit down to the clerks, they're filing whatever is sent, right? That's what you see when you see all that proof of service, these documents that we're pulling, right? It doesn't mean that it was done in the right order. It doesn't mean that, there's no clerk that's going to stand there and not take your documentation and tell you that you didn't do it right or whatever. Nonsense, there's no clerk that's doing it because they're not supposed to be doing that. They're just supposed to take it, dock it in, put it on in the system, and it gets fielded to the correct, appropriate judge, right? These are very specific allegations. Okay. It says he filed a notice of filing on September 8th, 2022, and on October 26th, 2022, a publisher's affidavit was filed. Service by publication is not valid service under the Superior and State Court Appellate Practice Act. On January 26, 2024, plaintiff was directed in an order entered by the Honorable Chief Judge Glanville to perfect service by February 26, 2024, or to show cause as to why the case should not be dismissed. Petitioner responded by explaining that he had been unable to perfect service in the previous case, which had been dismissed, and provided documentation of attempts to respondents in a previous case. Plaintiff then asked for one, another fair trial, or two, for this case to be dismissed with prejudice due to the Tumasimi's not answering service by publication. And to be very clear, he wanted the case that he owes to be dismissed because of those reasons, one and two, that I just read. Petitioner failed to serve respondent as required by OCGA Section 537G, and when ordered to do so by the court more than a year ago, ceased attempts to serve respondents and asked for the case to be tried or dismissed with prejudice. According to this petition, dismissed. Let it so be ordered. I know, wait a minute, I know this dumbass ain't asking for his own case. Hold on. Hold on. Asking petition. I need to see the order asking for it to be dismissed. Hold on, petition to dismiss. Let me see if I can get it. Give me a second, y'all. Let me see if I can get it. This crazy. Had to go through all this bullshit. And that's why, baby, you can't be around these type of people. Let these people in this motherfucking circle. And that's why y'all think I be playing with that people picking process. But had Sylvia had her people picking process shit straight, she'd have known to avoid this motherfucker. Now, not to get all wrapped up like this. That's crazy. Let me see if I can find the motion to dismiss this. Was there? Hold on. Let me look up OCGA as well while I'm doing this. You know, I like to be accurate, honey. This bullshit. Got to do all of this. The fuck? I need. Was there a order dismissing? I mean, a motion to dismiss this case? Or did the judge just move to dismiss it? That's what I'm. That's what I'm trying to figure out, y'all. Give me a sec. I done did more legal work than I did when I was doing legal work. This is fucked up. Have I had time for this? This is, what is this, 652? 652. Other notes of hearing, dismissal order. What is this? Okay, what date was this? This is on, okay. That was that. Okay, I got this one. Okay. Let me go to the reading of these other documents that I have in order. Try to figure this out. Didn't I tell you I hated Georgia for a reason? One day I may tell you. I hate Georgia. Let me go and read these other documents. See if we can figure it out. And it's crazy we gotta do all this bullshit. Don't call my goddamn name on no bullshit. Like I'm lying about what the fuck I gotta lie about. Okay. Response to order to perfect service. What's the order? Okay, it says I, Dana J, was ordered by Honorable Earl Granville, which is the Chief Judge of the Superior Court in Fulton County in the Atlanta Judicial Circuit, and the order for me is to either perfect service of process upon respondents or show cause while the court should not dismiss this matter for failure to comply with OCGA 911-4. So this case is originally between myself and Ron Timotheo, and on several occasions I have tried to have them served because they were living at the same address at the time until Sibi Tumasimi went on her YouTube backup channel to mention myself at the time to see at the time on deceiving her, and then went to her backup channel, whatever, to lie on me with her YouTube legal group and display lies about the court paperwork. So on December 23rd, see, I ain't gonna say nothing. Babe, when I tell you, you gonna learn by making, never mind. I want you to burn to the goddamn ground with this bullshit. I forgot I can make this bigger. Okay. Tulane met on her YouTube legal group display lies about the court paperwork. So on December 23rd, 2020, Sibi Tumasumi put out a false stalking petition out on me in this courthouse with the judge Manning presiding over the matter. And on January 11th, 2021, Judge A. Manning dismissed the paperwork and allegations on me from Ms. Tumasumi. Judge Manning told us to stay away from each other, in which I have been doing so, as I have been doing as of this day. But since then, Ms. Tomasini has tried to tie me up in different jurisdictions with false reports and allegations. So Ms. Tomasini returns to Fulton County to try to sue me for a car that was never properly sold to me, and or the paperwork was never transferred over to me at all. Myself and Ms. Tomasini was in New York on another case when we had court that day with another judge here at Fulton County. So I lost that case by default because my phone died, and I tried to appeal it, but I was told that I couldn't appeal the case because I lost by default. So I brought this case to Superior Court by way of writ of certiorari because I do not owe this lady or her husband anything. But Judge Brasher denied my case to have the hearing due to service of the individuals. That's case number whatever. But it wasn't that I wasn't trying to serve the Tomasimis. The Fulton County Sheriff was not trying to serve them due to jurisdiction, and I was told that they don't serve in other counties. So I attempted to serve the Tomasimis by certified mail, and on November 15, 2021, they refused the certified letter. And that night, Sylvia went on her backup channel to talk about how she wants a default and how her husband went back to South Africa and they were split behind this case. So Judge Brasher closed this case behind non-serving. Hold on, y'all. I'm texting somebody something. Okay. It says, however, I, Dana J, have re-entered the writ of certiorari and was advised about another method in which I have initiated since Sylvia Tomasimi be online. I was told that I could serve them by service by publication. Who told you that? Ronnie or Rooney or whatever the white man name is. Since they are not together and the husband, Ronald Tumasimi, is in Africa, and Sylvia will not accept being served by classified mail. And her sheriff office won't serve her because it didn't happen in her county, in Fulton County. Don't serve other counties. So I was told to do a service by publication, that is a substitute delivery of litigation documents to give the opposing litigant notice of the suit against them by publishing the documents in the advertisement or in a newspaper of general circulation. Service by publication may be used to attempt to notify a defendant who is intentionally absent in hiding or at an unknown address. And that's what the Tumasimis are doing as of this day. So Ronald and Sylvia were served by publication, and Sylvia went on live on her backup channel to talk about me and the method, and then deleted the live. And her friends, wait a minute, deleted the live her and her friends did about the case. After time passed, I gave them extra month to respond since they received the notice, and it was ran for a good while in the daily report. Since then, Sylvia got mad and took me to another courthouse in Newton County with false reporting, and that was dismissed as well. Now, last stance is this case to relieve me of a debt that I do not owe and only lost due to a default judgment by way of my phone dying. Recipients of what I'm saying will be attached to this entry, and I'm asking the courts, can they proceed and understand that I do not want to get in trouble or hit with no more fake allegations for her to go to the internet and try to defame my character. And now I'm asking, since Miss Sylvia Toomsimi be in your courtroom, Judge Glanville, will the sheriff be able, and would you allow them to serve her in your courtroom, since she be in your courtroom spying on the reporters in the YSL case? What? In the YFN case and in the Ernesto case? Spying? That way, if the service by publication is not enough, I know she being, or maybe mean B, in your courtroom being served would be enough. So I'm asking this court, one, for another fair trial, or two, for this case to be dismissed with prejudice due to Toomsimi is not answering the service by phone. I knew I was going to find it. I knew I was going to find it. Y'all, I may be wrong, but I think I'm right. I think this damn fool then asked that his own case be dismissed. This is, listen, this is the, okay, let me explain. This was, baby, I know you lying. Baby, I know you lying. I know this smart dummy ain't asked his own case to be dismissed. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, you stupid. Oh, I can't listen. Y'all know when I get excited, I can't even think. Hold on, let me find the right buttons to press. I think this idiot done dismissed his own case. I know you lying. Listen, now y'all heard what I just read, right? Okay. Hold on. Let me go. Let me see if I can get this other letter. And let me make sure. Make sure. But I think this nigga done asked for his own case to be dismissed. Hold on. That was, baby, you dumb as a box of rocks. Yeah. Hold on. What date was this other thing? Okay. Is this up on here? Y'all know I get excited. My motherfucking ass. I think this fool asked his own case to be dismissed. You can't make none of this shit up. Now, y'all saw what I read. Now, am I going crazy? Okay. It says right here. It said petitioner responded by explaining that he had been unable to perfect service in the previous case which had been dismissed, and provided documentation of attempts to serve respondent in a previous case. Plaintiff then asked for one, another fair trial, or two, for this case to be dismissed with prejudice due to the Tumasimi's not answering service by publication. Now, am I hold on. What the fuck I just read? What is, boy, y'all know I get excited. Okay. Stop sharing this one and share this one. We're going to go back to this one. I think the idiot dismissed his own case. I know y'all saying, Angie, I know you lying. Listen, he says, so I'm asking for this court to one, another fair trial, or two, for this case to be dismissed with prejudice due to the Tumasimi's not answering the service by publication. It says right here, the plaintiff then asks for one, another fair trial, or two, for this case to be dismissed with prejudice due to the Tumasimi's not answering service by publication. Petitioner failed to serve respondent as required by OCGA in those numbers, and when ordered to do so by the court more than a year ago, ceased attempts to serve respondents and asked for the case to be tried or dismissed with prejudice. According to this petition, is dismissed. Let it be so ordered. The fool dismissed his own case. You can't make none of this shit up. The fool dismissed his own. Now y'all see me go back and forth. Go back and forth. I know I ain't got them going crazy. So the judge said, oh, okay. Baby, you got to be the dumbest idiot on the planet. I don't want nobody to ever. And see, this is what I'm talking about. I hate when people count other people's pockets. I don't like to hear people who was once broke, probably still is broke, and just came up on a little whatever, talking about somebody else that's broke or they don't have, or asking for cash apps, whatever. I don't like nobody calling somebody else dumb, stupid, ignorant, and illiterate when they are dumb, stupid, ignorant, and illiterate. I don't like all of that. Talking about what I don't call out. You motherfuckers need to be the first one to call your own self out. The fuck? This motherfucking case has been dismissed with prejudice because you asked for it. So you didn't word it right. You can't, baby, you can't make this shit up. The motherfucker done dismissed his own case with prejudice. Huh? Now, y'all, if I'm putting to, now, did y'all see what I saw? Because the judge quoted. I'm going to make sure, because I know ain't nobody this goddamn stupid. Dude, whatever this case number is, You the one asked for it to be dismissed. And you writing in there talking about you were, what did he say? Back into the writ of certiorari. First of all, again, a writ of certiorari is just asking, is the you're asking the higher court to ask the lower court to bring up the records, right? Because you have to get permission, right? So if that was denied, and let me see, I lost the plot, so I brought this case to Supreme Court by research report. He said something stupid about he back into the writ of certiorari or whatever. What do you mean you filed a different writ of certiorari? Like what? Boy, boy, you boy. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. I can't make this up. He got it confused. Exactly. And when he was writing, because and see, I'm a victim of I write how I speak, right? Sometimes I have to not do that, right? Depending on where I am. But I write how I speak. Okay. He meant to say he should have put in that I'm asking for the case against me, the that contains a default judgment or something like that. But he need to reference the default judgment to be vacated, set aside, something like that. But see, in certain in some in some legal certain legal maneuvers, let's put it like that, right? In some cases, sometimes the petitioner will ask for the case to be dismissed. Usually, not usually, usually always without prejudice, because they want to bring it either in another jurisdiction or another whatever. And then with certain cases, like sometimes you can't do a you can't follow it up in a higher court until you exhaust everything at a lower level, and different things of that nature, right? So that's why you have to ask permissions to do this, and for certain things, right? This fool then dismissed his own case. You can't make this shit up. I'm sick of y'all. You cannot make this shit up. And but he's thinking a different way. If this case, so he said the judge ain't say it was dismissed without or with prejudice or whatever. Here's the thing, right? If the case was if it was dismissed, well, if it was dismissed without prejudice, they would say dismissed without prejudice. The judge went on your order. When they say, I'm on your motion, when they say so ordered, that means so ordered how you wrote the motion. That was your motion. You said with prejudice. So they dismissed it with prejudice. When a judge, um, sometimes you'll see it says granted in part and denied in part, meaning they're granting some of the things, and you'd see that sometimes in a motion in limine. We've seen enough of them. We've run on enough of them to for you guys to remember what I'm talking about. Where you see dismissed, I'm sorry, granted in part and denied in part. And the judge is very specific what part they're granting, what part they're they're denying. You said they went exactly by what you said. Tell me I'm lying. Call down there. Well, Lord have mercy. I don't want you to call down and do nothing because you just going to lie it up. You're going to lie the results up. He's going to have to, well, scratch that. I ain't going to tell you shit. But anyway, and don't think it's going to be something as simple as, I'm going to go down there and tell my, But let's read this other filing that I was reading earlier that I didn't have it all. Now I have it all. Queen E, did you see that shit? He went and got confused and said, dismiss this one. And she'll be like, right. That's exactly what she did. Mm, 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 mm. Dude, you're out of your league, sweetie. Especially fucking with me. You're out your league. Go play with somebody else. Y'all gonna learn. And just because I don't show you everything, mm, 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 you done dismissed your own shit. Boy, don't you ever call me nothing else. Don't call me nothing. You don't put out here like we was friends, we was this, all this motherfucking bullshit. And everybody know I am fucking goddamn real picky when you started saying when you're using that motherfucking term, even with YouTube friends. The fuck? No, I don't play that type of shit. Let me blow my nose real quick. This was the one I was beginning to read earlier, and I got the rest of it. Hold on, let me blow my nose real quick. And I'm thinking, and this is just my opinion, the judge probably knew what he meant, but she's probably sick of it because they have a way to look in the system and see that there has been a request, an order for him to serve it. And I understand, like, what was the problem? Why he didn't put in a motion to ask the judge for permission to serve via publication. It's probably something within the law in Georgia with regards to serving via publication that he couldn't do. Let's look that up real quick before I start reading this. Dude, baby, you just out your league. Just give it up. Let me see. OCGA section 5310. This nigga done dismissed his own case. Mm, 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 mm. Well, let me see. Service by publication. Well, okay, it's not coming up under that code. Let me see. Georgia. Let me see if I can find the code. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Okay, service by publication. Okay. Ah, okay. Okay. I see why you didn't want to do that. Hold on. I'm gonna share with you. Let me verify what I'm thinking. It says, hold on, I'm coming, y'all. You know we thorough over here, baby. We thorough. Perhaps the most basic place of law imaginable. All plaintiffs must serve, and all defendants must be served. For a case to, let me make it bigger. I just need Georgia specific, right? Because each state may have specifics when it comes to service by different methods. Sometimes, that method of service isn't even available, right? But so it's the state specific. According to the point of view, I just need Georgia. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, okay. Georgia allows service by publication, but it's generally limited to specific situations. It's used when a defendant's address is unknown or they are avoiding service after reasonable attempts to locate them. Service by publication cannot be used to obtain personal jurisdiction over a defendant, meaning it's not sufficient for a money judgment. So, I'm pretty sure that ju- jurisdiction of venue was established. I guess. I don't see nobody challenge it, so I don't say that. So when it's ascertained, regardless of whether they are inside or outside the state, not for personal jurisdiction. Service by publication cannot be used to establish personal jurisdiction, which is needed to obtain a money judgment against the defendant. Diligence. You have to have due diligence requirement. Receive the party seeking service for publication must file a petition or affidavit of diligent search and notice of publication with the court. This notice is then published in a local newspaper for specific. What did I think didn't the judge say that the notice was improper anyway? And could it be that he couldn't? Well, he could have just asked the people for the money to run the publication. You didn't sign the shit or none of that, baby. Just, I think that judge understood exactly what you was trying to say. That judge was sick of it. And ooh, you dumb as a box of rocks, child. Let's read this bullshit. Let's read the letter on the screen. Okay, so this was dated 9/16/2024. I think this was like one of the last actions prior to the dismissal that was on there. So I had read um up to here, and I can start right here. It says on October 26, 2022, I had put in for a demand to vacate the default judgment since Ronald and Sylvia never responded to the servant by publication that was included. A demand to vacate default judgment. B, notice of publication. C, notice of publisher's affidavit. That's where the case was sent over to Chief Judge Earl Glanville, and during that time, myself and Sylvia Tumasimi was taking part in a high-profile YSL case. So on February 21st, 2023, I have put in another demand to vacate default judgment, and once again, it sat on Judge Glanville's calendar unanswered until January 26, 2024. And that's where he asked for clarification on the way I had served them by way of order titled Order to Perfect Service. I then responded to Chief Judge Glanville's order on February the 1st, 2024, detailing how I went about serving the Tumasimis and why I did it that way on February the 15th, 2024. Okay, there's no periods or nothing here. Comma, okay. Chief Judge Glanville recused himself from the case only because he have a rapport with Sylvia due to the YSL case. And listen, when you are writing run-ons and stuff like that, you could put and commas and stuff like that. Okay, so it says, and the only way I knew is because Sylvia and her so-called sister, retired military vet Miranda, oh Lord, Miranda Lonnie Green read the recuser out online, laughing, saying that Sylvia is connected in Fulton County Court and nothing will be done to her no matter what she does down there. Sylvia has them in her back pocket. On February 29, 2024, I responded back to Chief Judge Glanville's recusal, and now this case has been transferred to Judicial Judge Lethbridge, and I'm demanding that this default judgment be thrown out that was in favor of Ronald Tumasimi and Sylvia Parks Tumasimi for evading service and for intentionally not responding to the service by publication after acknowledging being served by publication via social media, internet, and the court, and to grant me the money that I had put into the car and the mental stress and anguish this lady caused me, Lord have mercy, with the last 4.5 years and punitive damages in the sum of $7,500. Ronald is no longer with Sylvia via Sylvia's social media channel title and her backup title. where she mentioned that her name is no longer Tumasimi and it is just Parks, and her and Ronald is no longer together. And well, that destroys the lawsuit that was brought against me because it was brought by Ronald Force, but engineered and forced by Sylvia. And the paperwork agreement that was drawn up is between Dantes Jackson and Ronald Tumasimi, not Sylvia Parks Tumasimi. Oh Lord, in which Ronald said on numerous times that that's Dana car. I don't want nothing to do with it. But Sylvia and her YouTube gang pressured Ronald into participating in these bogus lawsuits and bogus charges that Sylvia has tried to put on me in different jurisdictions, and for reselling a car that theirs that not theirs, I spelled theirs wrong, to sell according to OCGA section, a bunch of numbers. Okay. When any motor vehicle has been repossessed after default in accordance with Part 6 of Article 9 of Title 11, the seller or holder shall not be entitled to recover a deficiency against the buyer unless within 10 days after the repossession he or she forwards by registered or certified mail the statutory overnight delivery to the address of the buyer shown on the contract or later designated by the buyer a notice of the seller's or holder's intention to pursue a deficiency claim. Oh Lord, against the buyer. My head's hurting while reading this dumb shit. First of all, Judge Lethbridge, can you be the one to finally put an end to this horror tale of a failed friendship dealings for a car that neither one of us have anymore? Thank you in advance. Boy, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here with this nonsense. This goddamn nonsense. Please, him. Y'all, y'all, you can't make this shit up. How you throw your own case at? That you still want money and you want this. Boy, bye. I'm telling you, y'all. Now, y'all ain't got to take it from me. I'm going to be looking at that all motherfucking night. Right. He stalks her all over the motherfucking place. Talking about her commentary and stuff like that. Like, why do you do that? Boy. Mm, 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 mm. Boy, you are dumb as hell. He mad as brother, that motherfucker. Man, he coming up with something, a master plan on my ass. I don't give a fuck what you come up and say. Listen, you said you the one keep bringing me up. You keep bringing me up. You if I was you, I would leave me alone. Just leave my black ass alone. You asked for it. You said so. I'm asking this court for one, another fair trial, or two, for this case to be dismissed with prejudice due to the Timothymys not answering the service by publication. That's what you said. And that judge used legal word that you put in print, not me. Don't come attacking me. Go attack that judge. I think the judge must be moved on this just to get it out of the cat, because I don't see where a motion was put in to answer to this. Hold on. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. You boy, you dumb. You dumb. Trying to be so motherfucking clever. Talking about all the wrong shit. Talking about shit that I ain't gonna help you. What was that? 652 was the last three of the case number. Yep, that's the last one. 652. Okay. Case type is so the writ of cert, because that's what this case is. So that's that. That's the petition. Let me see if I can open this. Boy, you dumb as hell, honey. Grant permission. Okay, so this is the case for the writ of cert. You don't feel like with the wrong person. Because I see what, if anything, can be done. Well, baby, I'm the lawyer. Figure it out yourself. Ooh, shit. What they call them? Call you a conspiracy theorist. What man name? Ronnie. Call that motherfucker. This motherfucker dismissed his own case. Let me see something else while I'm in here. Oh boy. I can't. I'm gonna get Lori on the record tonight, but I can't. Boy, when I tell you this some crazy shit, y'all, I can't leave y'all out the book. You know, that lady friend who I never met. I met her on the internet. She kept encouraging me to write. Because people want to get that book out. Because let me tell you how some people that you meet in these spaces, right? That sometimes you put them into your regular life, whatever, even though they still in the goddamn what they calling it Kanye West's internet. That lady was she had acquainted to some of my friends and some of my family members, right? So they treat her, you know, and she's not black. She's not black. Cooler than a goddamn fan. One of the coolest people ever. And I saw her on Instagram, and I said, "Damn, oh my girl." And I had been thinking about her, and I said, "Let me drop down in her messages." Let me look at something else with this fool. See if this is the pathway to take. Okay, so this one was small claims. What happened here? Um. Okay, what is this? So the judge, I can't get into it for some reason. Was not allowing me to get into it. So at one point back in 2021, the judge denied, I guess, I can't get into it, the motion to set aside and vacate the default judgment. Hold on. It shows that he didn't claim that mail. And, mm, 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 mm. Which is this? To set aside says, damn, claim the purpose. Boy, you really fucked up. Mm, 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 mm. Damn, see, that's a lot of shit here. All this motherfucking work for, I mean, as much time you done put into this motherfucker, you could have went and got you a second job and just paid somebody, a little bit, about a little bit of something. This is stupid. I'm talking about y'all $20, $55 to download all this bullshit he done put in his system. You got me fucked up. Okay, so that one, okay, that was 652. Let me see if this was 384. Let me see what this one is. This is another writ. Okay, that one was dismissed without prejudice. Order of grant. An affidavit of property motion. I cannot order of dismissal without prejudice. Okay. That was okay, what was this? This was the associate the first one. So, boy, I ain't open my mouth. Ooh, shit. Boy, you dumb. I want to let you know that. Who dismissed their own shit? That don't want it dismissed. So that is 2022. So we have two cases in here with real certiorari. I'm gonna get back to y'all. Just give me, let me just real quick. The judge gave you what you asked for, sir. And see, what he was trying to say is that he wanted he wanted the case with the car with the default judgment dismissed. Okay, with prejudice, so that you can't be brought up again, right? They dismissed. Yeah, they dismissed that case, all right, based on your dumbass request. Hold on. Boy, ooh, boy, child, listen here. When the results are gonna turn out like this, keep calling my name all the time, honey. I'm gonna come on out here and blow a hole in the goddamn lies. Cause this is crazy. This crazy, 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 crazy. Let me get the Lori. Y'all like, why he keep praying? Man, don't do that. This is what happens when you do that. I didn't see anything where the judge had a motion to dismiss it, like from who they should have gotten a motion to dismiss from. What made that judge go back in? It must be maybe it came up overdue or something. I'm trying to figure out what made that judge go in there and clear that case. Let's see. I know I looked, but I was like, what made this judge go back in here? Man, to oh, let me see this. Oh, let me see this. What's the act in this court to do this? Oh, damn. So this is a writ of certiorari, and hold on, let me see this. See if I can. Shit. Okay, what is this demand letter? Demand motion. Okay. Hold on, I think I got this one. Yeah, just give me 1 second, y'all. I wanna read this one. I don't want you to. Hold on. Let me see this one right here. Did I get this one? Okay. This one is about. This one says. I'll put it up. I think I got this one, but it'll just take me a minute to find. I'll just read what I have up here. I think I got it. I'm not sure. It says demand for declaration to vacate default judgment. It says now comes for to jurors and praise this honorable court to deny the defendant's judgment of default order for the following reasons. Relief requested. The plaintiff moved this court for an order vacating the judgment entered in this action and stand in force with prejudice due to the following. This court lacks subject matter personal jurisdiction to hear the case. Neither one of us lives or lived in Fulton County. Be under Georgia law, a person cannot resell or sublease a leased vehicle. Statement of facts. Oh, let me see if I have this one. I'm going to read the rest of this. I'm trying to put something to see what the fuck this motherfucker trying to do. I hope they don't do it. Okay, I don't have this. Thought I don't have it. Okay, it says statement of facts and issues. This motion is based on the following grounds. Ronald Tumasimi did not respond to the servant by publication, but Ms. Tumasimi decided to try to take me to a lower court in Conyers, Georgia, to try to offset what's being done in Superior Court in Fulton County. Ronald Tumasimi never wanted to pursue this court action at all. His wife did. Ronald Tumasimi, I mean, come on now. It's a period or something now. Come on. Tumasimi is the only person that I was contracted with until his wife made him break the contract with me by way of social media on Miss Tumasini page titled Other Page Silly Seal. She has admitted to getting served documents for court in which she stated that he's trying to sue us guys and he lost by default. This lady has stalked and harassed me for 3 years, and I'm asking the judge Brasher to vacate default judgment made by Judge Jeffrey Frazier in case number. So she's asking Judge Brasher, right? This is who this case has been worked under, but no, oh my God, I don't know how y'all be scratching y'all. Child. Oh, he's so dumb. Oh, I can't say what I want to say. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I send y'all a group text. Mm-mm. Oh, he's so dumb. Y'all, he's so dumb. I can't do. Oh, Lord. This dude. I, I, I can't wrap my head around this shit. So, this dude is. This, okay. He has a civil case. That's a separate case number. And he has some cases where he's applied for a writ of certiorari, right? Let me see if I can get into that. So, okay, he got a lot going on. I'm gonna tell you, he got a lot going on. He is trying to. I don't know where this judgment was ordered. Maybe it was in Fulton County. I'm not sure. I think so. I guess. But he's trying to get a writ of certiorari to go up to a higher court. Also, appeal a default judgment under one case. Mm. And let me put this up and so y'all can see what I'm saying. This, I can't make this shit up. I want to make it up, but I can't make this shit up. So y'all know I ain't making this up. It's case type, writ of certiorari, right? Case information, case filing form, which did it open up on y'all side? Let me see. Where y'all at? It didn't open up on y'all side, but I can switch it real quick. Okay. It says appeal. So where is this at? The Superior Court. So why did they why is it titled case title writ of certiorari? Did he turn in a writ with this? Hold on. Give order. Okay, you have an order, permission for writ of certiorari. Yeah, can y'all see that? Okay, so this is why the case is titled as such, right? So it's a grant permission for writ of certiorari. The petition for writ attached should be granted to move said case from Magistrate Court of Fulton County to the Superior Court and be allowed to refile this said case for publication service and direct email service. Hmm. Okay. Let me go back here. Hold on. Hold on. Um, okay. That's the order granting the writ of service. Okay. Okay. Oh, damn. Well, let me see the petition. Notice. Notice of publication. Order for service by publication dated. You are hereby notified that on the first day petition about to be issued, you are required to file with the clerk of Superior Court of Fulton County and to serve upon petition. Uh, Name. Hold on. Okay. By order for service by publication dated first day of September 2022, you are notified that on the first day of September 2022, the petitioner filed a suit against you for writ of certiorari. You are required to file with the clerk of the Superior Court of Fulton County and to serve upon the petitioner. Huh? You are required to file with the clerk to serve upon petitioner named Dentist Jackson. Okay. Okay. So then notice. Okay. So you got the notice, and then you have the notice filing. When did the breakdown happen? I got to get into this demand letter. Hold on, y'all. I got to get into this letter. Hold on. Mm. Damn, something else. What is this? Ooh. Let me say this right here, child. Dude. Like, leave me off your thing. Leave me off your thing. Please. I'm begging you. Hold on. Let me save this. This is crazy. This gonna support what I said. We're gonna have to go back to child support for a minute, but not until after I get into this other letter. This is crazy. Leave me off your shit. God damn. Are you for real? Hold on. Okay. Got that one. I need to find out about this one here. But this is crazy. And I'm just trying to make sure, verify that what I'm saying is right, sir. Hold on. Need my name off your shit. I can't believe no shit like this now. You fucking with me. Clearly, you need to be paying attention to what you was doing, sir. Hmm. Mm. Let's see, what is this? Okay. Documents. Hold on. Let's see what this is about. I just want to make sure. Damn, I know I ain't already got this shit. Why I couldn't find it when I was looking for it. Hold on. Okay. I got so many tabs open for this motherfucker. This crazy. This ain't what I like to do. You gonna stop calling me a lie. You gonna definitely stop pulling up some goddamn shit. You gonna have to play this paper. She ain't gonna show you that. Okay. And then you got this motherfucking dumb, crazy motherfucking Audra. Ugh. Just roaming around and shit like she homeless. Get your ass on away from me. I'm my goddamn child, bitch. Your motherfucking ass the fucking informant. I mean, y'all, I literally got so many tabs open. It's taking this motherfucker long to come up. This crazy. Okay. Ooh. I just want to see if the way I think, if I'm thinking about this the right way. Not that because he obviously dismissed his own case. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, I be doing both sides of the coin. I'm talking about, let me shut some of these damn screens. If I'm thinking the way this could be handled, can it be done this way? Hold on, so I'm put this up here because this might give me some information. Okay, okay. So, all right. So demand. So I read this up to this part. Okay, what was the next part? Okay. To declaration. Oh, this is the declaration. Give your reason. I request that the judgment that was entered in this action be vacated for the following reasons. A, Ron Tumasimi never responded to my servant through publication and email. B, never showing proof that they ever owned the car for them to sell. C, never proved this court have jurisdiction and therefore never given any proof that the alleged damages to the car came from me or that was my car rightfully to begin with. B, I mean, you got another B. You meant D. They never showed proof that what they produced to the court wasn't fraud. What? I certify under the penalty of perjury. Boy, God dang. See, this slow shit will give you a headache when you be trying to read and decipher what these motherfuckers be saying. Put you over there in the slow box. So he's asking for a demand for judgment under this case number. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I hate to take y'all through this, but y'all know I'll be going somewhere. Y'all know this be live. This is how we research. Oh my gosh. on the mind. Mm. Okay, we're going to descend. Okay, we'll make it 6:52. This nigga here, boy, he think he can, boy. Oh, I love to be a fly on the wall if I could see what all he done walked down there about that case, about that motherfucking air tag shit. Oh my gosh. Dude, they gonna do just what I'm doing. Both of them. Her attorney and the prosecutor. They're gonna do just what I'm doing. Okay. So, okay, what was that demand to vacate? 10/26/22. Okay. With the publisher. Trying to look for an order. So when was the next order? Okay. Can't get into it. What was this? Okay, what is this? Okay, that's this foolishness. Okay, well, he's trying to respond to why he didn't. Okay. And then you have response again. Baby. Mm-mm. That's what your ass get when I tell you. You thought you were shitting the system, huh? Okay. I have an order of his refusal. Okay. And then answer response. Can't get into that. He got another demand. I've already read that one. He had a notice of hearing, status conference on January 28th, 2025, via Zoom. Did it go down? Did anybody go to hear about the status hearing? So there was a status. Okay. So that status conference might have been the thing that prompted. Shit. Why they ain't mention about the status hearing in the last in the order dismissing it? I had to find out what happened to in the status hearing. Did they go? It was by Zoom. I'm not running where y'all are, so I can't see nothing. Um, y'all can see what I'm saying. It says notice of January 28th, 2025 status conference. Okay, hold on. Says this case has been scheduled for a status conference on the court's January 28th, 2025 civil calendar. This matter will be heard via Zoom in Courtroom 8C located at 185 Central Avenue Southwest. The parties will be able to participate remotely using a Zoom link that will be emailed to counsel the week before the conference. Any party who prefers to attend the hearing in person, please advise that the court will not be providing a court reporter. Counsel parties are responsible for providing a court reporter if desired. Any inquiries. So this must be the status hearing that he said Caleb Bumpus showed up to. Oh, and brother, your shit was out of there like last year, honey. They got rid of your shit. They got rid of your shit. Let me show y'all something else. Listen, dude, again, don't act like you ain't never had no child support challenges and shit like that. Don't do that. Because, let me pull this up a different way. Because look at this. Just be lying. Tell me I don't never show no paperwork. Okay. All right. It says background plaintiff Dantes Jackson filing. Hold on. I can't see shit. Jackson's filing appears to be a notice of removal of various child support actions brought against him in state court, as well as a complaint alleging new claims against 7 defendants, most of whom are not parties to the plaintiff child support actions. Hmm? God damn. It said in 2008, a Baltimore County, Maryland court determined that plaintiff owed $238 in monthly child support for a minor child. Okay. All right. There's a bunch of names on here. I don't want to do that. Okay, but dude, I'm going to take it off. And I'm going to, it said, although not clear from his filing, it seems that plaintiff has also owed $137 monthly since 2018 to support another child. And it says by 2020, plaintiff had accrued almost $20,000 in unpaid child support, according to a Baltimore County filing, and another $15,000 described in a separate Fulton County filing. In 2017 and in 2021, the Georgia Department of Human Resources proceeding filed, it's a child's name and somebody else, respectively, filed Fulton County Superior Court actions to collect child support from plaintiff. In September 2022, plaintiff started a new job with defendant, which began garnishment of plaintiff wages, sending the child support he owed directly from his paycheck. Are they saying you work for the defendant? Like, what the fuck? You work? What the fuck is going on? You the plaintiff. He got child support in here unconstitutional, and that hold on, let me see what they did with this. He wanted the child support repaid back. Boy, this is a sorry ass nigga him. He has a problem with he challenged the constitutionality of the child support system. Boy, please, don't, please. I don't want no association with you motherfuckers. Please. Don't even reference, don't even, I can't. This is goddamn disgusting. Says one of the cases was closed and cannot be removed. I'm talking about just just Nick Cannon all over the motherfucker. Just the burden establishing removal of jurisdiction. Keep challenging jurisdiction because that's what the motherfuckers do that be doing that um natural man bullshit, whatever the shit called. Plaintiff. Hey, oh my God. So as you seeing, well, y'all can't see it, but hold on. Boy, god damn. United States. This is crazy. Oh hell, this federal. Wait a minute. President said failed to respond to discovery requests and plan to not initiate discovery without paying the case. They also may intend to raise other claims but you're not discerning. He had this dismissed. Conclusion in accordance with the book on committee court counting. And it was remanded back to the Fulton County Superior Court. You just leave these people courthouse alone. This ain't working out for you. This is federal. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. These people say you got all kind of motherfucking child support cases all around. Boy, stop, huh? Okay, the court person was named as his plaintiff throughout this order, despite his filing title being noticed removal for reasons explained below. Cannot remove the state court actions against him in which he is a defendant and asserts various new claims throughout his filings, making him the plaintiff in a new federal action. He done went up and took the child support situation. Who does that? Who does this type of shit? What is this? 23 case? 2023? Yeah, 2023 case. He asked to file for free on this shit here too. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that, but he done lied talking about because trying to use them trying to make a play off the word indigenous persons. What? Like what? Boy, stop calling my name, him. Stop calling my goddamn name. Cause you federal court by some child support. Federal court by child support people. Huh? And check this out right here. This motherfucking diabolical motherfucking, and I'm using the word actual in the right context. This crazy motherfucker don't know if by asking the his employer to repay him the money they took out for child support, if the employer won't turn around and go and ask the parents of his children on one child, I think the child's 18, got the child in the by name. Like who asked the child for the money? Huh? Boy, you ain't bad shit. Oh, oh my God. Well, I can't say what I want to say because this some sensitive motherfucking information. Meaning it's the children's name. I don't get down like that. You got to be motherfucking kidding me. Please don't have your minions, none of motherfuckers. I don't know none of you motherfuckers. And keep it that way. You saying my motherfucking name and likeness and just shut up. No motherfuckers like this. Hold on. I'm just want to make sure that this child name ain't on. Hold on. I know I see the child name, but let me make sure that this. Hold on. This is some crazy shit here. Okay. Plaintiff child support action. Child support with his consent to garnishment. Plaintiff also argues that violating the laws of the child support collection procedure, that he does not owe child support and that fraud corrupted prior cases against him, amongst other vague allegations. What? The magistrate judge approved plaintiff's application to prove informal properties men without paying the filing. So court now reviews plaintiff filing to determine whether it is frivolous or states a valid claim for relief. Hold on. What is the conclusion? Third, the court have jurisdiction in here. Hold on. I know I wasn't crazy. Plaintiff asserts his claims against the Georgia Department of Human Services, a child, and the Georgia Department of Human Services, another child, but in Fulton County, cases department proceeded against. This sounds like a this sounds like the children's mother. Okay, the children's mother seems like, and then the child. What? Hell no, boy, please, I'm begging you, cause y'all know how I am. One thing one motherfucking thing I dislike worse than that motherfucking Trump and Trump supporters are motherfuckers that flake out on their motherfucking children, and then turn around. My nose getting stopped up, y'all. Turn around. Oh, oh, how fucking dare you? Are you crazy? He filed a 112-page filing of new allegation challenging the constitutionality of child support system and certain that the plaintiff does not owe any child support. How you go after the parent, the mothers of the motherfucking children? If okay, then who you expect to take care of the goddamn children? You a parent don't want to, and now you're gonna go after the parent. Ooh, 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 ooh! I'm shaking, y'all. Y'all know I'm a motherfucking mama bear. Oh, I want to get up and motherfucking practice a 1, 2, 3 on your motherfucking ass. Oh, a complaint must include allegations that provide fair notice. And it says the plaintiff filing does not present any organized claims and does not explain which claims would be asserted against which defendants. Mm-hmm. Ooh, 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 ooh. Second, plaintiff argues that defendant Georgia Department of Human Services and defendant um, I'll leave that blank, violate federal regulations with their child support collection process. Specifically, plaintiff alleges that there is no proof of paternity, which would enable defendants to collect child support payments from him, but the Baltimore County records indicate that plaintiff consented to a declaration that he is the natural parent of one of them. Plaintiff also asserts that child support payments are voluntary under federal law, but this is not true. Plaintiff must pay child support in accordance with valid court orders. You got to be kidding me. Hold on. Okay, let me tell you, listen to this dumb shit. Plaintiff argues that he owes no debts under the child support system because he never voluntarily entered into a contract with the agency. Plaintiff considers an income withholding order a contract offer, but it is a valid notice to employers that indicates when an employee owes child support, not simply an offer for a party to choose whether to pay child support. The fuck? I wish a motherfucking woman would. Another motherfucking bitch come at me over this sorry motherfucker. Baby, baby. I might not have to wait to put your motherfucking name on the list. When I tell you this some sorry ass shit here, motherfuckers done gave they money continuous to support some y'all just like this motherfucker. And I said it. Piece of shit. Claims. The fuck? You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Who take it this far not to pay no motherfucking child support when you could simply just wrap the motherfucker up? Or get one of them pocket coochies. You got to be motherfucking kidding me. You got to be motherfucking. But don't ask me about no pulling no motherfucking paperwork, no motherfucking mo. You got to be motherfucking kidding me. The fuck kind of shit is that? I mean, excuse my ignorance. Pardon me. Okay. Again, transactional lawyers, they don't deal with all of this. Okay. We don't know nothing about all of this. Okay. I have never heard of nobody asking their employer to repay them the motherfucking child support. Not without knowing if that employer, because somebody got to be made whole. The employee ain't going to be, they can take it like this, right? Well, we're not going to be out the money And there's somebody got no. Somebody got to be made whole. The fuck kind of shit is this? Literally, I don't know if I am hot flashing because I'm hot flashing or I'm flashing because I'm mad. So excuse me while I take this off. You got to be kidding me. You got to be. Boy, I always want to talk about we built a different way in Baltimore. You damn sure is, apparently. God damn. And it has yet failed. Every time you mention something about somebody from Baltimore, whatever, they be like, oh, yeah, they from Baltimore. Or, yeah, it's always that kind of, like, what? What that mean? And not saying that everybody falls in, that's not what I'm saying. So I'm back, I'm fucking with me, because I'm ready. What I mean is what I hear. Now, I don't know what the fuck that means. Because in Florida, I tell you, we all crazy in Florida. And it's hot down here. So we all crazy. But god damn. Who the fuck? What? Is that the first time hearing that? Because this is my first time hearing that. I hear that happened in 2023. While y'all over there taking care of no good motherfuckers and all this kind of bullshit, this is what they're doing. Now, my business. If you're a mother, or if you have a mother, huh? Child. Child, I don't even know if I can get the Lord Daybell Vallow Allen Apple. What? I don't give a damn what nobody say about me. They think they can say, you can never say I'm no low down, dirty, bum motherfucker. What? Do some shit like that. Who the fuck you think gonna take care of the kids? The system forever? And got this little, what up, Lavelle? And got this little sociopath in here. And then she done called Just Be a hoe. Did Just Be light her ass up? Oh, Just Be done got scared. Why? What Just Be said to that girl and she called her a hoe? Oh. She said, don't lie to me, hoe. Sure, I don't know. But the way you be, I think it's safe to say that I can cuss you out, laugh at you, and call your names. I think I can do that because I have my own way I set it up. If you fucking with people, uh, and here's the thing, right? There are some people who are sick, mentally insane, right? Ill in the head. That you know that it's not they may do something funny or whatever, but you're just laughing at what they're doing, not at their illness. Two different things, right? So I'm cussing out what you do not the fact of why you're doing it. Because if a crazy motherfucker charge at you, I don't think you're gonna be standing there talking about, okay, well, they crazy, gon' hit me. No, they hit your motherfucking ass. You're gonna be trying to put the woom doom bam boom on their motherfucking ass. You're gonna try to walk the dog shit out of them. You gonna stomp them till they not crazy no motherfucking more. Shit. And might I add, at some point, she was deemed to be fit to stand motherfucking trial. Although, in legal terms, I would disagree with that. There's clearly something wrong with that motherfucker. Stupid ass. Bro, let me put Lori on this motherfucking record. And I get tired of talking about I'm gonna put these records together and they'll never come through. But y'all, you gonna stop playing with me. Do I have my shit together? I hope I ain't shut it. I think I done closed it. That's disturbing. I'm telling you, I got my story times ready. I just need to go. Shit. Oh, here it is. Thank you, Jesus. I'm glad I saved it. So what day was this? Go. 9 hours ago. Hold on. 16. 6 hours ago. This. Okay, let me put Laura on this motherfucking record because I am purely disgusted. Goddamn. Low, low motherfucker. Oh damn! I wish I could share the lawyer. He did a time. He said Lori's timeline falls apart. I want to know what he talking because we live and die with them timelines. And y'all see how all over the place this nigga is in these cases and shit, baby. I think he done cooked his own goddamn goose. But let me put this weird motherfucker. I wish the fuck I would do a child support motherfucking live. Don't come on here talking about no goddamn body. Do a live about child support with the motherfucker. Since y'all windmilling and swinging and willing to get the motherfucking shit read out your ass. Don't come fuck with me. I mean, I ain't never seen women like this. Right? And again, this is a first for everything. I ain't never seen no shit like this, period. But windmill for these no good ass motherfucking niggas. I'm not gonna do that about no good one. Like, what? I'm talking about hard, baby. And then when they catch these motherfucking fucking words fucking made of 100% venom, she done yes. Because you should have took my advice and not the niggas. Leave me the fuck alone. Shit. It's no good motherfucker.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. It's 10:02 a.m. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. This is a time set to discuss a few of the motions before we bring in the jury at about 10:15.
Judge, I do have one other thing to raise that goes back to what we dealt with yesterday. Apparently, Ms. Vallow also attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address, which she should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have not only with multiple people that she's subpoenaing that are not on her 15.2, that she's violating victims' rights for. So I'm going to ask, of course, the court seal that subpoena as well, since it includes his address.
All right, it's ordered sealing any subpoena that was filed relating to Larry Woodcock. Do you have outstanding subpoenas on next of kin or, well, let's start with there. Next of kin.
Let me check, Your Honor. Check on that, Your Honor, but not that we're aware of.
As to the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas. So someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
And Your Honor, they are signed by the defendant. So
All right.
She is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all and we got them prepared and I signed them all and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one. We haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing. And if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me stop that right there. Okay, because this is, and Grant, right? I'm not taking up no motherfucking Lori. I'm not doing that. But I know she's representing herself, right? And the patience that the state has shown her is very different than the patience that the state shown in the case against Darrell Brooks. When I just heard that, the first thing I thought of, she probably isn't aware of or probably forgot about the victims' rights. Now she has help and they're supposed to, oversee those type of things or whatever. You understand? I don't know the level of experience that the people that's assisting her has or whatever, right? But I thought it was pretty much an oversight. Now I don't know if that's the state's lady. That's a disposition to be nasty like that all the motherfucking time, or whatever. But now I kind of see why Lori sometimes got with her motherfucking ass and preach her out. Because you understand what I'm saying? And she probably, I'm gonna subpoena this person and just sign, however, or she authorized the signatures, right? But that lady don't know. She don't know this shit like that. Just like, depending on the victim, especially sexual assault victims, is certain questions you cannot ask. You can't ask them questions about their, like they work at a you can't ask them questions about their sexual history. You can ask them questions about like if they work as a prostitute, and I think mental health. You can ask them questions like that. So there's a lot of questions you can ask them. Damn. But y'all see how short this leg gets short with Lori. I told you motherfuckers don't like Lori. They probably don't like the fact that she been calling that man Ned and shit.
Sort of addressed the motion in limine yesterday about the questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested. Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness. We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that?
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was even an issue on that day, on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position correctly. The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched?
Correct. It
Right.
apparently.
So absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence, which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Let's discuss. I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Vaisia? Vaisia. Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
I would have to check with my investigator, Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
We're looking that up now.
And while you're at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay. What does it say? So it looks like that Ashlyn Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla, OPDS, several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served. And I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right. Well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief sometime Thursday, at the latest Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time. I don't know that I need to effectively preclude them because you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that they are served or surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded. Zachary Cox, let's talk about Zachary Cox. Has he been subpoenaed? The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
What testimony would he offer that would be admissible, that would be relevant to either self-defense or this did or didn't occur?
He would be able to testify about what Adam already testified to, verify it or unverify it.
What specifically?
About what their itinerary was during that day and the day before and the following day.
When did this, well, the state interviewed this witness?
Obviously, I had no idea what he would be called about. So I talked to him for a few minutes.
Did he have any idea what he would be called about?
No.
All
I
right.
think unless the defendant says that he's relevant to impeach Adam in some way, then I don't really understand the relevant. I mean, she just said that he could be testify to verify what Adam said. So she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that?
Remember what I've always told y'all, right? Testimony is evidence. Testimony goes through the same rules of evidence as physical evidence, right? So you hear the judge asking questions. So just because you list people down as witnesses and things of that nature, whatever, doesn't necessarily mean that they're relevant to a case. And also because, as you see, there is a test for relevancy. Okay, those rules I was telling you about, right? There's a test for relevancy.
He would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
Well, then I'm not aware of that interview. With my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that basically they spoke for a brief time. It got heated.
Who's
and
they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox. They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but in my discussion, my interview of Jeff White as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. And that's about the extent of what I understood their interview to be. But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to how he...
Mr. White, do you have any information on, you interviewed Zachary Cox?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
When I spoke to Mr. Cox, he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from him did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
His father being?
Adam.
No. Do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not, in which case it's not an issue I need to deal with. But if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information, whether he should be allowed to testify. All right, who's the state going to be calling today?
Your Honor, at the state, obviously, we still have a witness on the stand. And then, as I advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther. And then we would call Detective Duncan. So
Okay.
we may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. My staff just signaled me that the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the jury in. Let's have that witness come back up.
So on Thursday, July 11th of 2019, did you learn of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler?
I did.
How did you learn about it?
I actually had learned by listening to the radio, or heard the call kick out and of the shooting at the Four Peaks location. And then soon after that, received a phone call to assist detectives at that location.
When you arrived at the scene, what can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes, I believe I parked to the west of the location. When I arrived, I saw crime scene tape had already been placed. There were emergency vehicles such as fire vehicles and police present already. I then walked towards the front of the house where other detectives had gathered and spoke with them regarding the case, and then we were given tasks.
When you arrived, was Alex Cox still on scene, or did you see him?
I did see him from a distance. He was seated on the sidewalk. I did not get close to him and did not know who he was at the time.
When you arrived, do you know if Lori Vallow was there?
I never saw her.
When you arrived and you said you met with other detectives, were you given an assignment or task to do?
I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist Detective Coons with the crime scene and basically be an extra set of eyes and hands for him when processing this crime scene.
Okay. So you're with Detective Coons. Was there also anyone else assisting you?
At some point, Detective Werther was there as well. And we had a patrol officer that was standing by helping us, and also a crime scene investigator with us.
Okay. Before you can enter the house, did you obtain, or did you have someone write a search warrant so you could go in the house?
Yes,
So does that mean you guys had to just kind of wait around for that to be approved?
absolutely.
And then ultimately, did you enter the scene around 11:53 in the morning?
We did.
When you were helping to process this scene, you were not the case agent, right?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of the time of the 911, when the 911 call was placed?
I was aware at the time, at that particular moment. No, I was not.
Is that something you learned later?
Yes,
Did you include that in your report at some point?
I did.
Did you get the time correct in your report?
I did not.
Have you since verified through listening to the 911 call and looking at the CAD report of the time of that 911 call?
Yes, the correct time on the 911 call is 8:36 hours that I noticed through the 911 call and CAD in reviewing for this. Then I did notice that in my supplemental report, I noted the wrong time of 8:32.
Okay. Were you aware of who made the 911 call?
I was.
And who was that?
Alex Cox.
So when you are finally allowed to enter the home, can you tell us what you observed when you first walked in?
Well, prior to walking in, we had a crime scene technician go through and take overall photographs of the entire residence. After that, we utilized the Lizard Q system to take additional photographs. Once that was complete, then we made entry in to make our own observations. The front door faces to the west of this home, and as you enter, there's a small foyer. Blue is white and black checkered flooring, and then you step into what I refer to as a great room that had no furnishings. There was a mirror on the north wall, a large picture window on the east wall, a mirror on the south wall, and a mirror on the west wall. I noticed the body of the deceased, later identified as Charles Vallow, laying on the western portion of the room. He was in what we call the supine position, with his head to the north and his feet to the south, and his arms on each side of his body.
Okay. When you saw Charles Vallow, did he appear to be fit?
Yes.
When you went into the scene, did you notice a lot of blood around the scene?
We did not.
When you were looking at Charles Vallow, you told us that his hands were each to his sides, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any blood on his left hand?
I did.
Where did you notice that?
I noticed some blood in the webbing, we call the webbing of Charles's left hand. And in seeing that blood, and with not seeing any other blood, the only source of blood for that to come in contact with would have been on Charles' chest. So I felt that could have been from him placing his hand to his chest at one point before finally coming to rest.
So the flooring around where Charles's hand was, there was no blood around that floor area.
Correct.
I'm going to put up, if I can have the Elmo, Exhibit 40. There we go. All right, so what we see here in Exhibit 40, when you arrived, fire had already gone in, done whatever treatment, and removed themselves from the residence, right?
Yes.
So you can still see some of their equipment attached to Charles, correct?
Correct.
And then what we're looking at here is his left hand.
Yeah, his left hand on top of his left thumb and on the side of his left index finger.
And I'm putting 41 up. Is that what you observed?
Yes.
So even around Mr. Vallow, did you notice a lot of pooling of blood around him?
I did not.
Did you notice more sort of after the medical examiner's office came and enrolled him and moved him around?
Yes.
You talked about mirrors in that room. Did you notice any cracks or damage to any of those mirrors?
I did not.
Did you see the bat in the room?
I did.
Was that on Charles's right or left side?
It was on his right side above his, more north of his head.
And when you are processing that room, are you looking for any potential blood evidence that's not just on or around Charles Vallow?
Yes, we are. We're constantly looking for any kind of blood evidence that would help us tell the story. Any kind of movement of somebody who had bled and then moved through the house to try to better explain what had happened.
So in this case, did you check that wood floor in that called great room for any blood drops or spatters or smears that might be on the floor that wasn't like right under Charles?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Did you go into the other rooms in the house and help search for any other blood evidence?
I did.
And did you note any blood drops or smears or anything else on the flooring or walls in any other rooms?
Not on the flooring or walls. The only other location of blood that was present would have been on the faucet of the kitchen sink.
And that was that small drop right on the faucet itself? Or?
I would more smear, or I would call it a drop, but yeah, there was a red substance consistent with blood on that faucet.
Okay. Were you looking around the room for any towels or shirts or anything else that may have been used to, whether it was clean up or stop bleeding?
We were.
Did you find any?
No.
At some point, as you are going through the scene, did you go into what I'm going to call the pink room?
The pink room,
With the gun?
Yes, I did.
Put up an exhibit here. When you went into that room, were you, and I guess I can call it the pink as well as black and white striped room, Exhibit 71. Did you observe this orange duffel bag, the garbage bag with some clothes, and then the gun laying on the floor next to the duffel bag?
I did.
Were you responsible for making that gun safe?
I was.
What did you do to make the gun safe?
So obviously, we, with help of our crime scene technician, we photograph the gun, the bag, and everything as it is in place. That's how we found it. At that point, I would place some gloves on and pick up the gun, also looking for any kind of blood or biological evidence on the gun while I'm looking at the gun. I would eventually do what's called making the gun safe. I would remove the magazine from the gun, set that aside, and then cycle the slide to remove any kind of cartridge that's inside of the chamber. In this case, this is a Springfield XD handgun. The magazine was released and removed. The cycle was manipulated, and a single .45 caliber cartridge fell out.
I'm going to put up a couple. We see in 78 is sort of that your hand holding the magazine that you removed.
It is.
And then 86 is that your hand with the single casing.
Yes, it is.
When you were going through this evidence, was there inside that orange bag that we see in Exhibit 82 a gun case?
Yes.
Did that gun case have any locks on it?
It did not.
It's just plastic clasp to hold it closed?
Correct.
And was there extra magazines inside that gun case?
There were.
Now, when you process a scene and the evidence is then taken to police impound, do you sometimes go through it better there away from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 81 here, that orange duffel bag. I think it's this way. Did you later go through the duffel bag?
I did.
And is there an outside pocket on that?
There is.
Did you locate a debit card in there?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 234. Do you recognize Exhibit 234?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a health savings account card in the name of Alexander Cox.
State will move to admit Exhibit 234.
Any objection?
I hear him. I'm thinking.
234 is admitted.
So Alexander Cox, is that the name of the person who called 911?
Yes, it is.
And when you are, let me ask you a little bit about the gun a little more. So this gun that you made safe, when you're looking at it, did you look at all the sides of it to see if there was, again, any blood evidence on it?
Yes.
Did you see any?
I did not.
And that's something you are going to check to make sure you don't potentially change the way it looks?
Correct.
Did you know when you went in to process the scene that Alex Cox had an injury to the back of his head?
I don't know. When I went in, no, I did not.
Did you learn at some point that he did?
Yes.
Knowing that he had an injury to his head, did that play in? Well, let me ask you, when did you learn that?
I believe it was during the investigation. We learned that Alex had sustained an injury to his head. So with that, made us more aware of potential other blood evidence, and that's why we were looking for that.
Okay. So is that why one of the reasons why you're looking on this gun to see if there was any blood transferred from him potentially touching his injury and manipulating the gun at some point?
Yes, from our understanding, it was there was some sort of assault with this, or assault with a bat, and then Alex then retrieved to the bedroom to get the gun. So our understanding is if you get hit with a bat and you're bleeding, that you would hopefully bring some sort of blood evidence onto the gun, and then what happens after, there's more blood evidence as well.
So you would have documented that and then made sure it was collected if you'd seen that?
Absolutely.
But here we photographed the gun without any blood evidence on it.
Yes.
Do you also, when you obtain a gun, look at the serial number?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
We want to know who it returns to, who owns that gun.
And did you determine who owned that gun?
We did.
Who owned the gun, the Exhibit 247, that's Springfield?
Alex Cox.
Now, at some point, we've heard the medical examiner came to remove Charles Vallow's body, correct?
Yes,
And were you present when that happened?
I was.
And did you and the others that were processing the scene clean up the blood on the floor that had been left underneath him?
I did.
And when you were cleaning up the blood, did you notice anything on the floor that stood out to you where he had been located?
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
When cleaning up the blood, I immediately noticed a defect in the floor consistent with a bullet strike that would have been close to or right on this area where the exit wound would have been on Charles' left shoulder.
So you had seen the floor and been processing that room while Charles was laying there, correct?
Right.
And once his body was removed, there's a pool of blood underneath where he was.
Correct.
And in that area, I'm going to put up Exhibit 60, is where you then observed that bullet strike.
That is correct.
I'm going to put up a little bit further back of one. Hold on. Let me put up 56. Although it's harder to see, the marker itself is next to where that bullet strike is.
Yes.
So when you are seeing this, what comes to your mind at that point?
Well, in this scene, we're trying to make sense of kind of what happened with limited information. We know we have 2 casings, and we know we have 2 projectiles. We have a projectile that's into the wall, and we also have a projectile that is near Charles' body. We believe, obviously, the first shot or a shot went through and through his body, causing 2 holes and entered into the wall. The other shot we have is a low left abdominal entry, and what we believe, and not confirmed until autopsy, but a upper left trajectory near his shoulder. We looked through the room to where this projectile could have exited throughout the room and then landed in that spot near where Charles was. And we did not see anything until his body was removed and the blood was cleaned up.
So you're looking like walls and trying to find any other location where the bullet may have struck and bounced back and ended up in the floor there.
Correct.
And you didn't find any defects or any holes or anything other than the one bullet that was in that baseboard.
Correct.
So when you see this now, did you feel that was consistent with the bullet striking the floor underneath Charles and him being on the floor when he was shot?
100%.
Because of that, did you end up actually cutting out and collecting that board?
We did.
And then you said that you were wanting to know if that was confirmed during an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Did you attend the autopsy?
I did not.
During this initial investigation on July 11th of 2019, did you ever search Charles Vallow's rental car?
I did not.
So Lori Vallow had his car all day and nobody looked inside of it.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Initially, as a person who was just working the scene with Detective Kuntz, did that sort of end your investigation or your involvement for at least July 11th?
Yes.
What was your next involvement in this case?
My next involvement had some prior to June of 2020. June of 2020 is when I was assigned the status of case agent in this case. Prior to that, I did help Detective Moffat with analyzing and just sorting through iCloud phone records and other data for him.
So we have heard about cell phones that had been extracted from retired Detective McDonald. That was Charles Vallow's cell phone. So is
Yes.
that one item of evidence that had been collected?
Yes,
Did you review any of that extracted data?
yes, I did.
Did those extractions include things from emails,
Yes,
text messages,
yes,
sort of anything you might expect to see on anyone's smartphone?
correct.
When you are looking through this, did you look through both Charles' iPhone extraction and later some iCloud account extractions?
I did.
What are iClouds?
The best way to describe an iCloud is it's cloud storage for Apple products. If you have a MacBook or a phone or a Mac computer and you use an iCloud email address, and then the information from all of those would be stored under one iCloud account.
So someone can intentionally store things there?
Yes, you can choose what you want to store in there. A lot of times there's a default on there, but you can go through and manipulate as to what you want saved in your cloud or backed up in your cloud.
So there can also be things, if a default is on, that are people may be not even aware that are being saved up there.
Correct.
I say up there as if it's really a cloud, but whatever. When you were reviewing this data, did you, without going into anything specifics, did you see interactions between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow prior to about June 27th of 2019?
I did.
And did you see interactions with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow after June 27th of 2019?
Yes,
Did you see a change in those interactions?
definitely.
Did you learn from reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud accounts that Charles had found an email sent to Chad Daybell that was purportedly written by him?
Yes, I did.
Did that involve an email address, KKWalker75 at Yahoo?
Yes, it did.
Did Charles Vallow, in fact, save a copy of that email into his account?
Yes, he did.
In reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud account prior to this time in June, had you seen any use of this KKWalker75 at yahoo.com email address? Prior to June 27th of 2019, had you seen Charles Vallow utilizing that email address?
Had I seen Charles utilize it? Sorry, no, I did not.
Okay. So even though you're going through his account, you're seeing emails by him, right?
Right.
And you're seeing emails that are saved into his own iCloud account.
Yes.
But nothing in there was saved prior to June of 27th of 2019 relating to KKWalker75 at yahoo.com.
That is correct.
Was the first time that you kind of became aware of this account when you saw that Charles had saved an email and then began texting Lori Vallow about it?
Yes.
Did you find multiple text messages or SMS messages from Charles Vallow to Lori Vallow relating to this letter?
Yes, I did.
Did you find evidence that Charles Vallow, after discovering this email, contacted Chad Daybell?
Yes.
did you find evidence that after Charles Vallow found this KK Walker 75 email address, that Charles Vallow contacted Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
Was a search warrant executed on Yahoo for that KK Walker 75 at yahoo.com?
it was.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 289. What was your next involvement in this case?
My next involvement had some prior to June of 2020. Was June of 2020 is when I was assigned the status of case agent in this case. Prior to that, I did help Detective Moffat with analyzing and just sorting through iCloud phone records and other data for him.
So we have heard about cell phones that had been extracted from retired Detective McDonald. That was Charles Vallow's cell phone. So was
Yes.
that one item of evidence that had been collected?
Yes,
Did you review any of that extracted data?
yes, I did.
Did those extractions include things from emails,
Yes,
text messages,
yes,
sort of anything you might expect to see on anyone's smartphone?
correct.
When you are looking through this, did you look through both Charles' iPhone extraction and later some iCloud account extractions?
I did.
What are iClouds?
The best way to describe an iCloud is it's cloud storage for Apple products. If you have a MacBook or a phone or a Mac computer and you use an iCloud email address, and then the information from all of those would be stored under one iCloud account.
So someone can intentionally store things there?
Yes, you can choose what you want to store in there. A lot of times there's a default on there, but you can go through and manipulate as to what you want saved in your cloud or backed up in your cloud.
So there can also be things, if a default is on, that are people may be not even aware that are being saved up there.
Correct.
I say up there as if it's really a cloud, but whatever. When you were reviewing this data, did you, without going into anything specifics, did you see interactions between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow prior to about June 27th of 2019?
I did.
And did you see interactions with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow after June 27th of 2019?
Yes,
Did you see a change in those interactions?
definitely.
Did you learn from reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud accounts that Charles had found an email sent to Chad Daybell that was purportedly written by him?
Yes, I did.
Did that involve an email address, KKWalker75 at Yahoo?
Yes, it did.
Did Charles Vallow in fact save a copy of that email into his account?
Yes, he did.
In reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud account prior to this time in June, had you seen any use of this KKWalker75 at yahoo.com email address? Prior to June 27th of 2019, had you seen Charles Vallow utilizing that email address?
Had I seen Charles utilize it? Sorry, no, I did not.
Okay. So even though you're going through his account, you're seeing emails by him, right?
Right.
And you're seeing emails that are saved into his own iCloud account.
Yes.
But nothing in there was saved prior to June of 27th of 2019 relating to kkwalker75@yahoo.com.
That is correct.
Was the first time that you kind of became aware of this account when you saw that Charles had saved an email and then began texting Lori Vallow about it?
Yes.
Did you find multiple text messages or SMS messages from Charles Vallow to Lori Vallow relating to this letter?
Yes, I did.
Did you find evidence that Charles Vallow, after discovering this email, contacted Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you find evidence that after Charles Vallow found this KKWalker75 email address, that Charles Vallow contacted Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Was a search warrant executed on Yahoo for that KKWalker75@yahoo.com?
It was.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 289. Does 289 include first an affidavit from Yahoo authenticating the KKWalker75@yahoo.com account?
It does.
Does it include information for the subscriber?
It does.
And does it include a portion of the emails associated with that account?
Yes, it is.
When you looked at the subscriber information, what was the name of the person subscribing to this?
Karen Walker.
Did that person provide a phone number?
Yes, they did.
And so when they're subscribing to sign this up, is that often a requirement to provide some sort of phone number or way to authenticate these?
Yes,
Did you recognize that phone number?
I did.
How did you recognize it?
The phone number was linked to an old phone number for Lori Vallow.
Was that her 480 phone number?
Yeah, last ending in 4652.
So you had seen text messages from Lori Vallow to other family members and people under that phone number
Correct.
in her iCloud account?
Correct.
Did you also know when that account was opened?
Yes, it was opened in April, get the exact date, April of 2019, April 21st.
April 21st of 2019. Would that have been when Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow were now in Houston?
Yes,
Did you also note in the context itself reference to requesting Chad Daybell come out to Houston?
I did.
The state will move to admit 289 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
289 submitted.
If I may publish.
Go ahead.
So zoom in a little closer for us. Is this the subscriber information that Yahoo sent? Let me first say, so they send you an authentication, correct? And then they sent you subscriber information. Is that what you were looking at, where you noted a phone number that you recognized as belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And again, this shows when the account was created on Sunday, April 21st.
Yes,
But the name associated was Karen Walker.
correct.
Were you provided with a timeline of when this account was used?
I was.
So April 21st through June 26th.
Yes,
In looking at Charles Vallow's iCloud account and cell phone extraction, was this right before he discovered that email?
yes,
Now, some of the emails that were sent starting sort of April 21st were to Brother Daybell, to Chad Daybell.
yes,
And we see up here to Chad Daybell, correct?
correct.
And then we see the date of Sunday, April 21st of
Correct.
2019.
Yes,
And so in this email, do we see that Karen is inviting Brother Daybell to Houston?
yes,
In these messages was a final message, one that you found saved by Charles Vallow on or around June 27th or 28th. This, what we see is exhibit again 289.
correct.
In this message, it's from the KK Walker email.
It is.
So these prior emails, we saw a person purporting to be Karen Walker using Lori Daybell's phone number, writing to Brother Daybell, right?
Yes,
But here we see someone again from this same email now purporting to be Charles Vallow.
yes,
Again, talking about a Preparing the People conference.
correct.
And had you heard of the Preparing the People conference before?
I had.
Is that something that Lori Vallow was involved in?
Yes,
And is that something we've heard about through testimony here at court?
we have.
In this, does Charles Vallow, or the person writing this email, again, ask Chad Daybell to come out to visit,
Yes,
to help write a book?
correct.
And so is this then the email that Charles then began reaching out to Lori, Chad, and Tammy about?
Yes,
We had heard from Adam that he also had learned of this. Did you see evidence of Charles Vallow also sending this letter that we see in 289 to Adam?
I did.
Based upon your review of the case and the dates on here, did Charles Vallow begin confronting Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell about the affair less than 2 weeks before he was killed?
He did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell on June 29th and 30th?
I did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Tammy Daybell on June 29th and June 30th of 2019?
I did.
At the time on June 29th, 30th, where was Charles residing at that time?
During that time, Charles was in Houston, Texas.
During that time, where was Lori Vallow?
She was in Arizona.
We have this timeline where Charles Vallow begins reaching out to Lori and Chad's wife about this affair. Was the first time that Charles Vallow saw Lori Vallow after him discovering this email on July 11th of 2019?
I believe so. There was a scheduled trip around the 4th of July, but was canceled. So the next time they would have seen each other would have been the July 11th.
So based upon your review of SMS messages, iCloud accounts. Did Charles help Lori move here to Arizona about a week before this email?
Yes,
So he had seen her prior to learning about this,
correct.
and then when he came out here to see JJ.
Yes.
When you were reviewing, well, let me ask you this. Were search warrants executed to obtain not only Charles Vallow's iCloud accounts, but Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts?
Yes, they were.
Were there two different iCloud accounts that were, that search warrants were executed on?
Yes,
Was one of them Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
it was.
And was the other one Lolly Time at iCloud.com?
It was.
In reviewing those records, did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Lori Vallow went to Idaho in March of 2019?
I did.
And did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow flew back to Arizona together on March 19th of 2019? Now, we heard from Adam Cox last week. When you, and he testified about text messages and interactions that he and Charles had leading up to July 11th. When you were going through the extractions of Charles Vallow's phone, did you see text messages between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did those match what we observed? And I'm going to put up 210 here that was previously admitted. Were these the messages that were previously admitted, Exhibit 210, the same ones you saw in Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, they are.
Okay. When you were reviewing the text messages or SMS messages for July 11th of 2019, do phones and the extractions advise when a message is received as well as when it's read?
It would show that, yes, in the Cellbrite report. Yes.
Okay. So, for instance, we see here a time and a read, correct?
Correct.
So when a message is incoming, it'll show when it's read.
Correct.
Obviously, when it's outgoing, we don't have that, correct?
Right.
So as you were looking at those messages on the cell phone extraction, did you see as Charles is arriving, he's sending messages to Adam?
Yes, that's correct.
And then he receives a message from Adam at 7:36:19.
Yes.
And he read that. I'm going to pull in just a little closer so we can see. At 7:36:27.
Yes.
So just a few seconds later.
Correct.
And then again, he gets that message from Adam. They're planning something. And did he again read that like simultaneously?
Yes.
And then did Charles send a message within a few seconds of reading that? Absolutely.
Correct.
And then again, this timing is just within seconds, like just ongoing conversation.
Yes.
Do we see that just a few seconds later, Adam sends a message to Charles? I was supposed to spend the night at the house last night. She probably blocked that.
Yes, I do.
And then again, another 20 seconds later, Charles sends Adam a message. What you do is up to you.
Yes.
Then we see that Adam sends a message back to Charles again within another 17 seconds or something. I'm going to put the pressure on, pressure to have him come get me now, see what he says. And that was read again, when?
12:13.
And again, did Adam send a second message where he says, okay, and when was that read?
12:13.
And then Adam sends another message now. So these first two were at 7:37:29 and 7:37:39.
Yes,
And those were not read like these other ones almost simultaneously, correct?
correct.
So after Charles said, what you do is up to you, it doesn't appear that he is any longer reading those emails
Correct.
or text messages. I apologize. The last text message that Adam sent then at 7:49 and 34 seconds was, me and Zach are going to the Stake Center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him to have a conversation with my old friend, right?
Correct.
When was that read?
12:13 as well.
Is Charles Vallow alive at 12:13?
He is not.
So someone else is reading those.
Yes,
And this is coming from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone.
correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further witnesses. The state will rest.
All right, the state has rested its case, which means the state's portion of the evidence is done. I'm going to excuse the jury for a few minutes before you go home for the evening. Let me just do a consultation with the parties about tomorrow's schedule, and I'll let you know what time to report back. It should just be a couple minutes. So please remember the admonition. We'll let you know what time to report back tomorrow.
All right, for the jury.
All right. State's rested, so do you plan on presenting evidence?
Can I confer with my
Yeah, go
team
ahead.
for a minute? Your Honor, I'd like to address a Rule 20 motion first.
Go ahead.
Okay. The state has failed to show substantial evidence for count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. The state has provided no evidence that I agreed with another person that any one of us would engage in certain conduct that I intended to promote or assist in this premeditated murder. Crime premeditated murder requires the state to establish a person caused the death of another with premeditation. The lack of evidence to show any evidence of a conspiracy to commit murder. There was no plan to murder Charles. No evidence has showed that, in fact, evidence suggested self-defense on the part of Alex. So I would like to put that on the record.
All right. State want to put a response on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, there's sufficient evidence based upon everything from the iCloud messages from between Alex, the defendant, and others leading up to July 11th of 2019, that Alex Cox was invited over by this defendant, knowing that they were having an intervention and knowing when Charles would be there and bringing a handgun over with him. The timelines on July 11th of the killing of Charles Vallow and the fact that the number of shots and the physical evidence at the scene, the statements by the defendant to Detective N. Clan that she took Charles Vallow's phone and would not give it back to him, the motive for money, and especially the defendant's motive for having an affair with Chad Daybell. All of those looking at together in the light most favorable to the state, the defendant or the jury could find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Last word. Do you want to add anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The standard is whether or not a reasonable juror could, whether or not there's substantial evidence for a reasonable juror to find the defendant guilty. The court does find that there is substantial evidence that a reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty. The court will further add that the jurors are the ones who judge the credibility of the witnesses. And it's ordered denying the Rule 20 motion. Are you going to present evidence tomorrow, either through witnesses or through your own testimony?
No, Your Honor, the defense will rest.
All right, if that's the case, I'm going to tell the jury. How long does the state anticipate its closing argument being?
I would assume probably over an hour.
How about the defense?
Less than that.
Can we do the closings at 1 p.m.? We can formalize all the jury instructions at 10:30. Is that enough time?
The state would request that we do them Monday to ensure that the state would request we do closings Monday to ensure that we don't finish with a rebuttal closing on Monday.
Well, I'm willing to go in the morning if we want to start in the morning at 11 and do jury instructions at 10:15 or something like that. Does that work?
Again, I'm asking for Monday, but if the court does not allow that, then we'll go whenever the court says tomorrow.
Do you want to weigh in?
Well, just that we haven't had time to go over the jury instructions. I don't get back to the jail until like 5:30 or 6 o'clock. So
You agree then that Monday's better?
I would agree.
All right, we'll tell the jury to report at 10:30 a.m. on Monday. They don't have to come in tomorrow.
Judge, could we have the defendant rest in front of the jury before they leave today?
Are you prepared to rest today? If you rest, that means you can't change your mind about testifying.
Can we do it on Monday?
We can do that on Monday, but if you change your mind, I need to know in advance because it's going to change the jury instructions and it's going to change the schedule.
Absolutely, I will let you know. All
right. Tell the jury they don't need to report on tomorrow, that they need to report Monday at 10:30 a.m. Okay. So let's meet tomorrow though to finalize the jury instructions. Why don't we just do that at, what's tomorrow, Thursday?
10:30?
We'll just do it at 10:30. That'll be enough time for you to read those tonight.
Yeah, if I could have time to meet with my advisory council before that, that would be great.
I can put
If
it
I
on the
can
calendar.
be brought in.
I can put it on the calendar for 10 and I think
11?
I can put it on the calendar for 10 so you can meet with them back here, and then we'll meet at about 10:45. We'll have come in the courtroom and finalize the jury instructions. All right. If I did give a copy to your advisory councils as well, or at least one copy there. So if the advisory councils and or the state review that tonight and see something additional or correction that needs to be made, go ahead and give me a heads up so I can be prepared to talk about it tomorrow as well. So, all right, we'll see everyone in court at 10:45, but we'll put it on the calendar for 10 a.m. so that the defendant can meet with her advisory councils at 10 a.m. All right, thank you.
Continues Monday morning on Court TV.
I was kind of like Al's okay, right? Because that's my uncle. So I just wanted to make sure that my stepdad didn't do anything to my uncle and stuff. And so she was like, no, Al's fine. We're just gonna take JJ to school. And I was like, okay.
That is fascinating, heartbreaking all at once. That's Tylee speaking about her stepdad and her uncle. And she wanted to make sure that her stepdad didn't hurt her uncle. Let's remember her uncle is the one who takes her life and burns her body and puts it in the backyard of Chad Daybell. Wow. Take a listen to more from the police interview of, again, Tylee talking about her stepdad. That's Charles Vallow, her uncle, who was Alex Cox, and what happened that day.
There have been a few violent times with him when I was really scared that he was gonna hit me or hit my mom, just because everything was kind of crazy. Me and him have always kind of not gotten along, just since I was little. And so there have been a few times that we've gotten in fights and stuff like that. And so so I'm just kind of always scared of that.
So what is going on here? This is Tylee talking about Charles, her stepdad, the one who is supporting her and provided the home. I think he purchased a car for her as well. But it seems that there is some tension there. And that brings us to the next question in our investigation. And it's about Charles and Tylee. What was going on between Charles and Tylee? What was this tension in the household that Tylee seems to be referring to in that police interview after Charles is shot by her uncle? Let's bring back in our guests. With us, Mike King and Megan Connor. Megan, let me begin with you. What is going on here between Charles and Tylee?
Well, I think that some of it is the normal tension that exists between parents, step-parents, and a teenage child. But I also highly suspect that Lori was doing some work to alienate Charles from Tylee because Lori wanted her kids to be closest to her. She did not want anyone else to be close to her kids. We saw this where she had some problems with Colby and his romantic relationships. And so I think that Lori just really wanted Tylee to be loyal to Lori and did not want her to have a good, healthy relationship with Charles. And so I think there was probably some work that she did to alienate the two from each other, where she probably, told Tylee things that would make her not like Charles, not want to have a good relationship with Charles. I think that was what was at the crux of it.
And Lori talked about this relationship between Charles and Tylee in her opening statement. Let's take a listen.
When she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that Several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019.
Mike King, too bad she murdered someone who would be a good witness for her if any of this is true, right? If she's trying to establish that Charles is the bad guy, Charles the violent villain in all of this, it would have been helpful for her if she had Tylee, but she apparently murdered Tylee.
Vinny, in these kinds of situations, especially when I see a blended situation like this, what I try to do is go back and look historically at what the family fiber and network was like. I mean, think about this. The fact that Charles Vallow stepped in when I think Tylee was around 3 years old. And so he was truly a father figure for her through all of her years until she was 16 and this climatic end of his life. I agree with Megan that there are natural things that happen as these kids become teenagers and they start to get a little combative. But I think as Lori's religious delusions started to intensify, this guy who was providing for the family, who was showing up at her school functions, going to her sporting events, he acting like he was a dad to her. And I think he loved her deeply. That all of a sudden, as Lori starts getting a little bit off base, then she starts casting Charles as a dark spirit. And I guarantee that she was being told, Tylee was being told by her mother, that Charles was a zombie. I just still remember hearing one comment from Tylee on a recording where she said, I think Lori must have accused her of being a zombie, and she was pushing back saying, Mom, I'm not a zombie. Imagine how traumatic this child's teenage years were as her mother was trying to maintain control, because it's clear that control is really important to Lori Vallow Daybell. And she's now starting to try to turn this child over to follow along with the same kinds of things. And what child wouldn't listen to their mom, see the fighting that's going on between their parents, and feel a little disrupted in their own lifestyle? So I believe what may have started out as a really healthy stepfather-stepdaughter relationship turned sour, not just because of a kid turning 13, 14, and 15, but because of a mother whose ideology went completely south of the border and started telling her, hey, this guy we're living with is a zombie. And that would have been terrifying for a child.
Now, Lori also brought this up on the cross-examination of Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock. Let's take a look at that.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
Megan, so Kay seemed to get wind of some of this, but didn't pry, didn't get any details. One of the things that Lori mentioned, she said, oh, one of these arguments was captured on video. Do we think that video is going to make its way into this courtroom?
Well, I think it's unlikely. I think the video that she's talking about is probably something that she took on her own cell phone. I think it is probably doesn't meet the rules of evidence, as it were. I think that Lori is constantly trying to get her own narrative out there, whether it's supported by evidence or not. And we've seen throughout this trial where Lori has tried to testify by adding comments at the end of witness statements. She has tried to get in questions and narratives that are without the rules of evidence. And I think she just really does not fundamentally understand what's allowed in court and what is not. So whether or not what she has is able to be admissible in court is always going to be in question. I think what is at the bottom line is that Lori wants her narrative to be what it is, whether or not it's allowed or not. And I just think she has a lot of ideas about what she wants to say. And I think we've seen this throughout the trial. She doesn't really care about what's allowed in court. She just wants to be able to say what she wants to say.
And I have to comment because there's about 20 more minutes left on this, and I'm going to get on up out of here. So, to hear this lady talk about the rule of evidence, which is the FRE I'm talking about, and also you have some local rules as well. Right? And you have the FRCP or the FRCRP. We all just call it FRCP. We know what we're talking about. Listen. And to hear these people over and over talk about the rules, and people observe court cases and things of that nature. And I'm getting upset because I tried to explain, had arguments about the very thing you guys are hearing. And you gotta take from my fake ass. But I tried to introduce it to you first. And these people are so into their narrative prevailing. They'll attack me, call me a liar, talk about my credentials, all that shit, whatever. And when I heard Pamela Esquire speak on how, you get into somebody's ass when they come for your shit. And I don't understand how I done yelled and screamed. I'm trying to tell you, one time I was on the top of on my knees yelling at Levi about the same bullshit. And as you see, I just showed you people who supposed to be so legally astute, intellectually inclined, dismissing their own motherfucking case. Honestly, you can't make this shit up. And these good white people are telling y'all that you just can't say anything you want to in court. You just can't. It goes by rules and procedures. Point blank, period. That's something I never say, okay? Because that's for the street people. I don't never say that period and all that shit. I don't never say no stuff like that. And, oh, Lord have mercy. I get mad because now, of course I can't. But I'm so tempted to tag a motherfucker in this and say, hey, listen to what they're saying about the rules of evidence. We fought about the motherfucking text message and all that motherfucking bullshit. And yet to this day, his attorney ain't said shit in no motherfucking paperwork about no motherfucking text messages. I could have got my mom about the grave and she could have filed a goddamn to some motherfucking jurisdiction about the goddamn text messages. Nothing. Why? Because it's not the 3 R's. And you're dealing with somebody under 18. That's it. Ugh. Frustrating, child. Let me go and finish with this record.
Absolutely. And sometimes when folks go pro se, they get a little more leeway than a licensed attorney would inside a courtroom. Megan is going to stay with us. Mike King, thank you so much. Up next, when did Lori and Kay's relationship go south? I'm Vinnie Politan. We continue our investigation of child killer Lori Daybell, who in her latest murder trial has been accused of taking the life of her fourth husband, Charles, to be with her fifth husband, Chad, and try to collect $1 million of life insurance money. Here's the story. Lori Daybell's murder convictions and legal troubles have deeply affected many relationships in her life, including her brother, Adam Cox, and her sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock. Adam Cox believes Lori conspired in the 2019 murder of her estranged husband, Charles Vallow. He says Lori had adopted extreme religious beliefs, claiming to be transforming into a celestial being. Adam revealed that Charles was killed just before an attempted intervention to bring Lori back to mainstream beliefs. Meanwhile, Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister, and her husband Larry were the grandparents of Joshua J.J. Vallow, who Charles and Lori had adopted. After Charles' death, the Woodcocks became vocal advocates for J.J. and his sister Tylee Ryan, especially during their disappearance. Kay was one of the first people to figure out that Lori's children, J.J. and Tylee, were missing. Her testimony in Lori's trial provided emotional insight into the family's turmoil and the unspeakable tragedy and loss of life. You know, throughout this entire case and peeling back the layers, I mean, all this started when Kay and Larry Woodcock from down in Louisiana were trying to get in contact with their grandson, JJ. And initially, they were so excited and happy that Lori and Charles had decided to adopt JJ. They were ecstatic. They're like, okay, yeah, this is where our grandson should be. And then things went so bad. I want you to take a listen to Kay, and you're going to listen to her in two places. Kay, on the witness stand, talking about Lori and her relationship with Lori. Then you're going to hear her being interviewed on Court TV by former Court TV correspondent Chanley Painter. But there's a real contrast in the way Kay sees Lori and their relationship. Take a listen.
When Lori and I were together, it was like we hadn't missed a minute. We just took up where we left off, and she's very outgoing, and she's very friendly and very easy to talk to, and so we got along rather well, and I loved her.
If I was Lori Vallow right now, what would you say to me?
I'm not going to say what crossed my mind. Let me think of a nice way.
We can always bleep you out.
Okay, you stupid bitch. What are you thinking? Okay, that's what I first want to say. Selfish, greedy, narcissistic bitch. That's what I think.
And that brings us to the next question in our investigation. And it's about this relationship between Lori and Kay. When did Lori and Kay's relationship go south? At one point, there's a lot of things happening, right? There's a lot of moving parts. Lori's going through all these changes in her beliefs. There's the issues, obviously, with JJ and Charles as well. Joining us to help us figure this out, Lori Vallow Daybell's cousin and author of I Walked Through the Fire to Get Here, Megan Connor is with us, and host of the Mormon Stories podcast, John DeLynn, also here. Thank you, both of you, for being here. Megan, why don't you get us started on this? What was happening? Who was figuring out what about whom, and when did things go south here?
Well, I will say I've gotten to know Kay pretty well throughout this entire process, through all of these trials. And I know her to be a very kind and forgiving person. And I 100% believe that Kay wanted to have a good relationship with Lori. But the moment that Lori started distancing Kay from JJ, I think that's exactly the moment when it started to go south. I think Kay cared about JJ a great deal. And I think that Lori began to show that the only thing Lori cared about was Lori. And when Kay was not able to get in touch with JJ, when Lori stopped allowing Kay to have regular contact with him, and especially when Lori denied Kay the opportunity to have JJ present at Charles's memorial service, I really think that was, the beginning of the end of their relationship, of course.
John, I want to take a listen to Kay on the witness stand here talking about Charles and how he was concerned for his own well-being.
In 2019, again, without going into what Charles said, did you ever believe that Charles was concerned for his safety?
Charles was absolutely concerned for his safety. Lori had sent me a text, I think it was on a Thursday, that she and Charles were fighting because of some stuff she came up with, and that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel.
So, John, this is such a tough spot for Kay, right? Throughout this entire ordeal, because she loves her grandson, JJ. She loved Lori and Charles and felt that was the right place for him to be. Obviously, once Lori ends up becoming what she becomes, it's the wrong place. But this is a difficult thing for her to negotiate while Charles is alive, and then obviously much more difficult once Alex shoots and kills Charles.
Absolutely. And I'm sure at one point or another, Lori was just a normal, traditional, average Latter-day Saint or Mormon. But what I often try to talk about is there are elements of the Latter-day Saint or Mormon tradition or faith that become building blocks for so many of these Mormon-related true crime murders. Everything from Jesus is coming any minute, that there are special people on earth that are supposed to help usher in Jesus' second coming, that we can be possessed by demonic spirits, that your feelings come from God, that sometimes God or the Holy Ghost through your feelings tell you that you need to do something horrible. In Joseph Smith's case, like be polygamist. In, Nephi's case, a character in the Book of Mormon, that it's okay to kill. And even this teaching that we can all become gods someday is absolutely core Mormon doctrine that Lori was operating under. And the average Mormon, the average Latter-day Saint, is not going to murder somebody with these building blocks of beliefs. But these building blocks of beliefs are dangerous enough that if they get in the wrong mind of the wrong life of somebody who's not well, they can lead to catastrophic, even murderous consequences. And I think Kay and, JJ and Tylee and Chad and, there's a whole trail of bodies and of living and dead carnage that have come about as a result of the combination of these toxic beliefs with the likes of Lori Daybell.
There's another thing that is flowing in creating a lot of friction in the relationship, and that is the life insurance. Once Charles is shot and killed, the life insurance goes to Kay, not to Lori. Lori did not expect that, I don't think. Here's Kay on the stand talking about the life insurance policy.
Did you have a conversation with Charles about the beneficiary of his life insurance?
Yes, it was early February when I came here to help him with JJ, and he said, "Look, I'm going to change. I'm going to take Lori off as beneficiary, and I'm going to put you as a beneficiary." And I was like, we talked about maybe a minute and a half about it, and I was like, okay, whatever. I really don't want to be that person, but okay. And I never followed up to see if he changed. I didn't know until I got the phone call after he was killed.
Okay, Megan, let me ask you, how angry did this make Lori? Alex shoots and kills Charles, and then she gets zero from the $1 million life insurance policy?
I'm sure she was infuriated because this was her plan all along. And we actually had some commentary from someone who was serving time in the Rexburg jail with her when she found out about this, that she was absolutely infuriated. And this was her plan all along. I think the prosecution in her Idaho trial nailed it when they said that it was about money, power, and sex. Money being first among it. It was the life insurance that was driving it, the possibility of Social Security benefits for her 2 children and their deceased fathers. I think that was the primary motive behind a lot of this, unfortunately.
And she got so, and the friction between her and Kay at that point, telling Kay, I've got 5 children. Not exactly. It didn't exactly work out that way. It was more of the plan to have a bigger bag of money down in Hawaii with the prophet, Chad Daybell. Okay, Megan and John DeLynn are going to stay with us. Still to come. What's the connection between Adam Cox, Lori's brother, and Lori's husband, Charles?
You've been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time.
Confessing to a murder on camera.
We're here to try and understand the mindsets behind your actions in this case. It sounds like you lost control of yourself.
Not at all. No, not at all. I'm done with this interview.
That's so conniving. Do you understand that?
I'm your worst nightmare, David.
Interview with a Killer, a special 2-hour season premiere, Sunday, 8 Eastern and Pacific, only on Court TV.
He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house. And I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him?
This is fascinating, right? So Lori finds out that Charles is texting with her brother Adam, and Adam is a guy who, travels around the country getting his different jobs through the years. He's in the radio business, so he's working at radio stations around the country. So it wasn't really physically close to Lori, like geographically close to Lori. But Charles is texting with Adam. Adam's coming into town that day, and it's all about an intervention for Lori. And all of these beliefs, these doomsday zombie beliefs that she has, that's causing problems in the relationship, problems at home, problems with the family. Take a listen to what Kay had to say about that.
Did you know anything about any type of intervention?
No, he never talked. If he did talk to me about it, and I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that. But no, I know that he and Adam was his confidant during that time, Lori's brother. And so I know that whatever he was doing, Adam was part of it. And, they were just, I knew he was in good hands with Adam, because Adam, they loved Charles, him and his wife.
And usually that is a great thing, right? When a wife's husband and the wife's brother get along and it's great for the family, the dynamic is a little different here. And that brings us to the next question in our investigation. What is the connection between Adam and Charles here? This is an important connection in the way all this is happening, especially that day. Still with us, Lori Vallow, Daybell's cousin, Megan Connor, and host of Mormon Stories podcast, John DeLynn. John, what are your thoughts about this intervention? Because it seems like it's based upon Adam and Charles both getting wind of Lori's zombie doomsday beliefs and wanting to intervene in all of this.
Yeah, it's important for people to understand that the average Mormon is never going to hear the term zombie in relation to Mormon doctrine or Mormon theology. It is a weird derivation of Mormon beliefs. Having said that, as I've mentioned before, as I mentioned in the previous segment, it is built on building blocks of Mormon doctrine and theology. This idea that there are, demonic spirits out there that are sort of like part of Satan's army, and that the world is literally filled with billions and billions of these evil spirits that are constantly trying to break in to our bodies and take over our bodies so that Satan can control us, kind of like robots. That's absolutely core Mormon doctrine and theology. So, the idea of demonic possession, that maybe Lori felt like her kids or other people in her life were possessed by evil spirits, totally normal Mormon stuff. But once you start hearing zombies, that's like taking it to 11, as they say. And I'm sure it was very disturbing and alarming for them, and they didn't really know how to handle it. And I'm sure if they had gone to their Mormon bishop to get help, he wouldn't have known what to do with that either.
Let's take a listen to Adam Cox talk about his relationship with his brother-in-law, Charles.
Let's talk about your relationship with Charles Vallow. Did you and Charles ever text?
Yes.
Did you and Charles ever talk on the phone?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn or become aware of the fact that Lori and Charles were having some marital problems?
Yes.
Did you go to your mom's house?
Yes, I did.
Did that conversation go well?
No.
Did this create a break in your relationship with your mom?
Yes.
Did you stick up for Charles?
Yes.
Did sticking up for Charles create issues between you and most of your family?
Yes.
Okay, Megan, this is, again, insight into the dynamic and everything that's happening. And so you've got, Lori has Adam's a brother, Alex is a brother, and it seems like Alex was buying what she was selling, but Adam wasn't. And this created the conflict, but it also created, I guess, a bond between Adam and Charles.
Yeah, so Lori's mode of operating was to alienate the family against anyone who was against her. And she had told everyone in the family at that point that Charles was having an affair. She had told them all kinds of lies about Charles. And she had told everybody not to talk to Charles. And Adam was the only person in the family who was willing to talk to Charles. And Charles was desperate to find some way to help Lori. And that was really what we see. The evidence bears out that Charles was really trying to help Lori. And Charles believed that if they could get church leadership involved somehow and get Lori's temple recommend taken away, which is the card that allows you to get into the temple, which was really important to Lori at this time. They believed that if they could get that taken away, it would sort of shake something loose in Lori, and that she might come back to mainstream beliefs. She might sort of realize that she had gone off the deep end. So that was really what they were trying to do. Adam and Charles, I believe, really cared about Lori and just wanted her to stop talking about the religious delusion and get back to the mainstream religion and sort of come back to the family, come back to normalcy. And it just seemed like all the forces were working against that happening.
And John, we look at how all this ends up turning out. That seems to be perhaps the friction, the turning point that ends Charles's life. Because Alex is buying it, Charles isn't, Adam isn't. She estranged herself from Adam. He's estranged from the family, and Charles ends up dead.
Yeah, there's a interesting factoid of Mormon history. When Joseph Smith, the founder, started angering people, he got sideways with the governor of Missouri, Lilburn Boggs. And Lilburn Boggs ended up issuing an exterminating order on all Mormons, and all the Mormons were kicked out of the state of Missouri. Joseph Smith was really mad at Lilburn Boggs, the governor of Missouri. So he, allegedly sent a hitman named Porter Rockwell to go assassinate the governor of Missouri. And the governor of Missouri was actually shot, but not killed. So this idea of an assassin or an avenging angel, this teaching of blood atonement, it's actually woven into Mormon doctrine. And I'm sure Alex knew the stories of Porter Rockwell and of Lilburn Boggs and of Joseph Smith. And I'm sure in Alex's own mind, he was playing sort of the avenging angel, angel of justice for his prophetess, which was Lori.
John DeLynn, always great to have your perspective on this program. Thank you so much. Megan Connor, we really appreciate your time and giving us insight into the family and into the courtroom, because you are inside there watching all of this as it happens. Thank you both. You know, Lori Daybell could have had an amazing life surrounded by her children and her family. She could have celebrated being a grandma and watching the little ones grow into happy adults and starting their families. That's the way it's supposed to be. But instead, she chose to murder children. Why? Why? So she could hang out in Hawaii with a grave digger and a bag of money. Why anyone would make that choice, I have no idea. I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for answers, though, as the investigation continues.
Doesn't Vinnie Politan remind you sometimes of Nancy Grace? He reminds me of the male version of Nancy Grace. Just be yelling out shit about like Vinnie. Y'all, oh my gosh, we done did oh. When I tell you, seems like when I announce I'm doing crazy day, the crazies come out and the goddamn content just get crazier and crazier and crazy. I'm still just sitting here like, did I just read this shit? I don't want nobody. Don't come fucking with me. I don't have time for it. I really don't. I don't have time for nobody keep trying to put you in the same arena as, with them. No. Especially when I'm asking to leave the arena. I've been not here a goddamn nothing. Say shit about me. And all this bullshit I done read on this motherfucker. And without even reading this bullshit, just shit that we already know from observation. I'm going to insult you. I promise you, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm tired of playing around. It don't make no motherfucking sense. I mean, do you not have any men in the county or the state you live in to support? Like, this is crazy. I ain't know all of that. Like, and let me tell you something. I'm probably one of the most sympathetic people ever. People can get behind on child support. That's one thing. But the willingness to not pay it and even challenge, come on now. Come on. It's a problem with all the kids. Come on now. Stop with that bullshit. No, you just a sorry motherfucker. You just want to run around and look stupid in the camera. Fuck all that. I don't like no shit like that. I don't know. I'm trying to tell you. Probably. I'm gonna say a third of my following on social media are children. Children that I've had a direct relationship with, and children just follow me from some other areas that they know of me and they, follow me. And as parents, right? As parents, and although I've always been in some type of relationship or whatever, right? I've never put my child on, put my that responsibility of mine onto another person, right? Like, like I don't know if y'all watch Love After Lockup. I cringe sometimes when they be like they be having their children call these men daddy and all this extra shit and stuff, especially while they in jail and stuff like that. And let me tell you, I'm not saying that there aren't a bunch of stepdads that you can just take the step off the name, but I don't like to see the women push the kids. You know what I'm saying? I like for relationships to be organic and naturally grow into that type of relationship, right? It's crazy. But shit is much different now because back in the day we couldn't sit on nobody's lap. We couldn't be all up in no man's face. We couldn't do nothing. We couldn't play with no man, none of that, right? So it is what it is. But you do have a lot of men that raise these children as if they were theirs. But I mean, God damn. And where the hell? If I was a dude, I would ask the child support to ask the motherfucking company to give me my money back that they was legally and lawfully um fucking in their rights to taking shit, not knowing if they would turn around and then go after the mother of the goddamn children, thus putting them further in a bind. Who thinks like that, baby? Hell, motherfucker, don't say shit. Don't say I don't give a fuck. Don't say another motherfucking Andrew reference, like none of that. Like none of that. Cause you disgust me. Some of you motherfuckers disgust my fucking soul. And you know what? It is my fault because I be thinking people be better. People turn out person won't do bad. First of all, that's me expecting me. That's also me sometimes expecting like my friends and family out of others and shit. Cause the fuck, like what? You around here harassing somebody about a motherfucking car you owe and shit. If you don't take your motherfucking ass somewhere and sit it down, Nick motherfucking Canner, and then you got all these silly motherfuckers. Hey, you man, somebody be doing something. So, what needs to happen is somebody of some motherfucking age and stature needs to take this motherfucker and pull him to the side and say, hey, you going about life all wrong, especially when it comes to kids. I don't hear about no motherfucking offspring, none of that shit. Shit, you might as well call them a goddamn sperm donation. The fuck? Just weird. Greetings from the what? Greetings from where? Hold on. Insane, Jack. Wish the fuck I would. I don't know if I have to get you. But your shit look weird. Where you at? Greetings from the BOV. El Katrina. What? What is this? I don't know. It's a little weird. But anyway. That is some crazy shit, y'all. Like, who But they'll come attack me. Some of you motherfuckers don't have no friends and shit like that. I see why. I don't need nobody lying about my Stay. No, sir. No. I don't even know nobody. Wear no Pierre Cardin or no Lee gloves and shit. The fuck? That's some 80s shit, Stacy. What the thing called Stacy and all that extra shit? Like, I'm really, I just can't. I can't say what I want to say. Because I know sometimes it'll come off a certain way, and I don't want it to come off that way. But I'm just thinking about, oh, hell no. Ain't no way in hell. Trust and believe. I ain't gonna say that either. I say it on D-Day. On D-Day, I remind myself to say it because I'm gonna have a lot to say. You better get me now. I'm gonna have a lot to say. You bet your ass. Yes, sir. Anyway, y'all, let me get up out of here. Okay. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow even better day. And we are all out of here the same darn